I was wrestling around on a trampoline when I was 16, and I got body slammed. And when I got body slammed, I went to brace myself like this, and the body slammed onto my wrist, and then this part of my hand clapped here. No, turns out that's a really good way to shift your growth plate 2 inches to the south, and yeah, that's how I broke mine. And the doctor was worried that because I was 16, that like it may actually affect the growth of my arm. So like even to this day, I still fuck with my mom, and I'll go like this. Like you can't really see it from this angle, but I'll like
your shoulder back.
I'll hold this one back slightly and go like this just to show her that my right wrist or my right arm is shorter than my left. She doesn't find it funny.
How the hell do you pull off that same joke multiple times without her actually catching
She's never found it funny, so one of these times she might. Just keep trying until she does.
So
She gives me the same fucking look. The first time, she literally thought that I was wrong, and then she slapped the shit out of me when she found out that I was messing with her. And then now it's just become a running gag of continuously doing it. What were you gonna say now, Adam?
I need to figure out. I know we talked about it very end of last week. Cure wounds. The lovely last sentence.
I mean, if it says it don't affect undead, it don't affect undead.
So, question on that. Desmond's only part undead.
I don't think that's how that works.
No.
Right?
I
Assuming its livelihood.
Right?
I mean, according to Nell, only a small portion, isn't it? You only get a small blip of undead?
No, he is undead.
No.
Okay.
I thought I heard it explained as only a blip too.
You know, I could misremember too, but that's also
When Nell first did the detect good and evil, that's what it was. It was just a little blip of undead. Yeah, whatever the fuck that's called. Same shit.
Same shit. Different story.
Same story, different
Anyway,
shit.
did you say it was originally a little bit, or was it a lot of it? I'm sorry, I was chewing chips and it was loud.
It was a little bit originally.
Now it's just, he's undead.
We don't know. It's been a while since you've done it. He runs when I scream, though. Screams magic words.
3 days since I've done it.
It's been 1 week since you looked at me.
Dead inside, so yeah, that makes sense.
Some days more than others. Give me 1 second, I'm gonna change my shirt, and then when John gets back, we'll start it up.
Another sweatshirt over there. New sweatshirt I got for Christmas.
Oh yeah. Can you get out of here? I'm like,
No.
no chips. You're a dog.
I got these.
Someone always feeds her out of whatever they're eating. It
Bro,
causes her to expect.
those are some good ass shit right there, Adam. I love that.
See what's the dangerous part? Is I got some edibles that are exact same flavor.
So you have to have those on hand to take the edible because your brain's like, I want more.
Well, I just got those, but I got those for Christmas. So I'm like, okay, cannot mix these up. I eat those at a handful at a time. I cannot eat the other one at a handful at a time.
Why not? It'll only be like
Coward.
the time I forgot the banana bread on the counter was not just banana bread.
I've done that, and then I regretted it about 20 minutes later.
Yeah, you know, nothing like it when you're conversing with the old gods.
Just swimming through your brain.
It's
The old gods, they're known for being understanding. It's okay.
My mom does, at least this year, she did, you get a box. I'm gonna shove a bunch of shit in a box and wrap that one box. I got lucky, I got a second box. That second box had paper towels, toilet paper, laundry detergent, paper plates, plastic wrap.
Hell yeah.
It was the greatest box
Bullshit.
ever. Dish soap. Like, you know, thank you.
Nothing says adulthood like being excited about things like that.
It's less I gotta spend on groceries tomorrow. Also, what am I bringing?
I don't know, what are you thinking, Adam?
I don't know.
I said in the chat the different things that would be great to bring, so you all need to call things out
When was this?
today.
But it wasn't in the planning chat though. It was in the TFP.
That's what threw me off.
Yep.
Because the whole reason why you rename that chat is so it wouldn't get lost in this chat.
Nah,
Yeah,
it
but I
did.
was totally stupid, so I didn't do it.
I don't think he knows what the other said. I think it was just like, why are we doing this?
Hey Gruber, what did you think would happen if you did exclamation point potato? I just want to know like what kind of command I should create.
Here, it's okay. It just means that I have to delicious, thank you.
That'd be. You better have those on deck all the time if I add that command. You don't know, but you've had 2 streamers add it so far. Well, guess what? I'm not gonna fall for your games. How about that? I thought I was unique and special, but you're coming over here being a little exclamation point potato slut, thinking that every person you give it to is just gonna give you something.
I mean, clearly it's working.
Nah. That stops now.
Oh, that's right. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the combat tracker. Unconscious prone. What? Oh, echo.
There we go.
It scared me for a second. All I saw was Roderick's picture. Undead, prone. I'm like, what?
He did what now?
Uh-huh. Echo. It's sleepy.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to episode 37 of Adventures from Amethil. It will be the last one of 2024.
Wow.
We'll be back potentially with a whole new look in 2025.
I'll try to talk to Desmond about it because I had some mistakes. Not much is going to change, but stuff's going to change.
You should try talking to Sin, though, because he's the one that does the artwork. Desmond's just going to ridicule you.
Yeah, I don't know. Thread and Desmond have been talking recently.
Desmond's just a chill guy.
Left-handed scissors. When you equip them, you become right-handed.
Here I thought it was gonna be a magical potato.
Yeah, that'd have been on brand.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't have much. Only thing I could say is that I did create a new image for the packs of Streamloots cards. So if anybody purchases a Streamloots deck, you will see the new one. But that'll be a lot more prevalent in the new look. But it's there. Other than that, though, anybody else plan on doing recap, or is it the Megan show for a little bit?
If it's Megan, I'm going to go make some food. I'll have time, and I'll have my phone.
Okay, bye, buddy.
You can do good recaps. Thorough recaps.
It's not much to be thorough on this time.
You'll make it work.
I mean, if it's the talk with what's her face, the demon devil abyssal person.
What I mean is, I have 2 hours worth of stuff to work with instead of my usual 4.
I thought we played longer last time.
You're right, but
lot of
90% of it was combat.
I don't know. Either way.
Because Megan doesn't do play-by-plays of the combat. It'd be
Sometimes
cool
it
if Megan was
sometimes it
like, and then they walked in and they did this, and then we did this, and then they did this, and then we did this.
It's
and
just
then they
much
would team
further
up.
abridged than the rest of it, so Oh yeah, there were team ups that happened.
They were
Everyone was
sweet.
cool but me. So
Alright, go ahead.
last session began with Nell and Roderick returning to the Obsidian Boot. And upstairs, we had Thrain and Desmond amid conversation as they discussed. I forgot I had this on my head. As they discussed the Raven Queen and what her religion is like, what's Desmond's worship, and how it is mostly worshiping the Raven Queen, but they do also, in a way, worship the new god that has taken up that portfolio. So they
No,
never mention their
no,
name.
they
It's
do
more
not
they
worship her at all in the slightest.
I thought you had said that.
No,
I misunderstood.
that's
Okay.
taboo. You
Never
kick
mind.
right out.
Never mind, I misunderstood.
When you talk about the new god of death, Desmond's people play that song, Fuck That Bitch.
Listen. Misunderstanding. Simple. Any hoozles. And of course, Thrain mentioned, like, yeah, I know what it's like to worship a quote unquote dead god as I worship Morden, but still got powers, so it's not like they can truly kill the old gods because they still have power so long as they have worshippers. And therefore, because the Shadowfell is so many, and I'm sure there's some on the material plane that still worship. Sorry. I think I'm good. Okay. She still has quite a bit of power. Um, they do a lot of talking about the Raven Queen and the, the logistics of worshipping her. Nell and Roderick knock on the door eventually. They say hello, and who's there? Nell goes, pizza delivery. I didn't order any room service. Check the room number. And I was like, boy, if you don't know my voice yet. Oh yeah, come on in. So from there, Nell and Roderick talk about their experiences with the investigations of the water supply incident, giving Desmond the sample of the soot and markings from the spell runes that were on the pipe that had burst. And he does some arcana and magic detection on them to get to the bottom of that. These were from a glyph of warding that had been set 3 to 4 days prior to the explosion, which is also coincidentally lines up with when the Battle of Sandscale took place, as Nell notes. Does it actually have a connection? We don't know yet. And then we talk about setting plans for what the hell we're going to do regarding these bounty hunters and what we're going to do in regards to traveling back to Durian for the trial. So we end up really saying, well, there's not much to do about the bounty hunters if we just don't end up leaving Sandscale, because it's not really worth doing considering we already have some intentions to go to the trial. Well, at least some of us. And then comes plans for the trial itself. Nell mentions that they have the ability to disguise themselves and that they could somehow infiltrate with perhaps Roderick's echo being the center of attention. Like they only have one of them. And then the rest of the group uses the boons given to us by Zendraxius to gain insight on whether or not the Sphinx knows, or rather is corrupted by the Hag Countess. Desmond ends up being like, no, because if it's not going to look good on the people if suddenly this echo disappears and the Eclipsean Order's just shouting accusations from all directions. Eventually it ends up being settled that everybody else will be in disguise as Dragon Guard, while Nell is the one who is brought to trial. And Desmond will use the insight to see if this Sphinx is in league and then send message to Nell mentally so they know how to proceed from there. As we're having these discussions, suddenly Thrain notices it's pitch black outside and is staring out the window, and this catches Desmond's attention, which catches Nell's attention, and Roderick's like, whoa, Thrain, why are you putting your hand on your axe? It's not that big of a deal. Chill. And notices that Thrain isn't even looking. He's like, oh, so you're not listening. And then the walls fall away. And Zendraxis comes to have a lovely conversation with us, and Nell's like pinching their arm like, great, we're sleeping. How did we get asleep? She lets us know that the Hag Countess has been blocking her from being in contact with us. But she's clearly been weakened now, so that she's able to contact us once more. There's a lot of questions being asked about how to proceed, what to do, what she does and does not know. She said to basically trust what Quillwise had said for locations of the crown shards. She kind of shows her face to Desmond in a way, but it's she like turns off the light to do it, so it's like she's all up in his face. She really still can't see her eyes. Speaking of her eyes, Nell asks what color, because they have a theory, and the eyes were once blue, she is informed. Nell then asks if she and the Hag Countess were the ones within the meteor that they saw fall during the birth of good and evil. Zendraxis says, close, I was one of those. The Hag, though, was not. We got Roderick starting to mouth off, saying, like, didn't ask this, didn't want this, as she's telling us that we're kind of squandering the gift of these boons because we don't really use them that frequently. And when he starts to mouth off, he's like, why'd you give him to Desmond? He's smart and all that. And she says, well, Desmond is a flight risk. Don't want them running off the Shadowfell. And he goes, yeah, well, I'm a human, so it's not going to last long. He goes, yeah, but they can still carry your body when you're dead. So that was dark. Anyways. He gets a brand new spell for mouthing off. And now we have a dark empowerment that she says helps us hurl hellfire, though we have yet to try it to see what it truly does.
Pulse, I used it but it was during a team up, and there was so much power going around. We don't know what it did. We still don't know what it did, but we have used it.
Okay, sorry. See, you can't interrupt me, then the thoughts go away.
Dark and Power.
And you spell we start asking her questions about the Sphinx, and if she knows it, she says, yes, Bahumet's little pet. It says her name, which was began with an A, and I don't quite remember. It was like Onrest or something. And she says that she doesn't think the Hag Countess is powerful enough to corrupt a being like her, which is 1, a Sphinx, 2, protected pet of a god. Whether that god is dead or not. Now ask questions about how well the primordial insight works and if they'd be able to get insight on the Sphinx from Sandscale while it's in Durian. They said no, it's got to be like a reasonable distance, and the Sphinx probably currently isn't on plane, so there's that.
Also, don't want the Sphinx going up in a blaze of hellfire.
Yeah, Nell's not worried. Don't mind me trying to figure out if there's anything else important that was said between Zadraxis and us before. There's a knock on the door. And we snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. The knock on the door is a hurried knock of a member of the Dragon Guard saying, hey, well, we had some progress at the dig site, and now there's undead pouring out and attacking, and can you please come help us? Turns out this guy's here on his own free will, so we have been informed by him, and that the Highblade had told them to essentially not ask for the help of the Eclipsean Order, and he's just worried that without our help, all his men will die. Nell is suspicious and makes an insight check. She does recognize this man, but he does seem extremely nervous. But they can't put their finger on why. I mean, after all, there is, undead attacking his friends potentially, so that's a good reason to be nervous. There was other reasons to be nervous. We make our way to see what we can do, putting up things like Pass Without a Trace. As we make our way outside the walls, just, even though we're not seeing any bounty hunters within the walls as we're moving, climb a dune, and then it is spotted that down by the dig site there are a bunch of what look to be Dragon Guard laying on the ground. We go to make our way down, and per usual, we really struggle with going down dunes. Right? Did we fall down the dunes this time? No, never mind. We make our way down to the bottom of the dune. Thrain and Nell rushing to separate ones to check for vitals, and the one that Thrain goes up to yells now, and a spiked growth flies up around all of them, and a fight begins. These were not members of the Dragon Guard, but the bounty hunters from the Adventurers of Amethil. Oh boy. And so the fight begins, where there are approximately, 15 of them on the 4 of us. There's lots of cool team-ups between Desmond and Thrain, and Desmond and Roderick, and Nell does some smites and says some cool things while they're like nearly dying, so they don't really come with much flair behind them, because when you're like saying things like you took on the wrong group when you're at 1 HP, it doesn't sound that serious.
That sounds great until the 1 HP is removed.
Yeah. But then we do our best to kick some ass. Thrain's raging. Everyone's fighting, going down. Fuck that guy with the weird spiky knees. There's one person that just keeps mouthing off, and Nell's like, listen, you're over here bending to the whims of Josiah just because he says so when we are being falsely accused. And they're just like, yeah, well, you could have come quietly to stand trial. And they don't stop fighting, so we don't stop fighting. Eventually, it's down to just this one caster that's basically hiding behind a dune the vast majority of the time. And he's just like popping out, moving a moonbeam, just like keeping it concentrated on attempting to completely murder Desmond and Roderick, while Thrain's doing his best to keep everyone alive who keeps trying to die. And so does Desmond, who's just doing a bunch of that good old healing word. Nell just keeps going down. But hey, in the end, we end up getting the guy. And now we're all here, panting like crazy, trying to figure out whether or not that was the last one, or if there are more in hiding.
I mean, I'm sure that was the last one, right?
Really, Raina?
What'd she do?
She did a shaky shake and smacked the ear with her tail repeatedly. And it did big bang, 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 bang. I'm not sure if my mic cut it out for you guys or not.
No, it was convenient timing though. It was finished right after Cliff said, "We're sure it was the last one."
Bang, bang, bang.
It sounded like mood music.
Mm-hmm. That I didn't realize we have Sirenscape open.
Sirenscape's open.
Well, I didn't have it open.
Oh.
It is now.
Yeah, and we'll actually start it off right there. And essentially, it's midday at this point. You are all hot, sweaty, standing out in the middle of the desert and under the open sun with 15 bodies littered about the sand. What do you guys do?
I reach into my bag. I reach into my bag and chug a healing potion.
Nell is going to go and investigate the bodies to see what form of identification or possible written correspondences is on them, to see who planned against them other than this one individual who told them to come out here.
Sure. Okay.
Desmond's gonna go up to them one at a time and like lift them by their neck, like grabbing their chin, and just hold a firebolt in his hand to each one of them.
Do I need to roll for the healing potion?
No, if you're doing the full one, you would just get the full amount.
I wouldn't assume
2d4
you're
plus
trying
2.
to chug it.
I'm chugging it, but being careful.
Yeah, that's 10.
Okay.
Why are you holding the fire up to him?
Melting their face, their skull. So he's casting firebolt while he's holding their head up.
Gotta ensure they're dead.
Mm-hmm.
Also, fuck these guys. Yeah. Nell is definitely going to be walking basically straight over to the corpse of the mouthy one. And, basically just going to be a strew of curses in Elvish before they just start stomping his skull. fucking done.
I'm gonna make my way over here and look at these two.
Ah, yes, a map. I should look at that.
Desmond's gonna like be holding one of the heads as it's burning. Look over to Nell.
Oh yeah.
That was John's lightsaber.
And like as Nell is stomping the head in, just look over to them and say, Don't sully the language of our kin with like that, and toss the body aside and go to another one.
Nell's just essentially mumbling to themselves, I'll be pissed in whatever language I want.
What is fuck.
But this is like, quietly to themselves, like, I'll be pissed in whatever language I want.
Hold on, I guess.
So unless he's gonna roll a perception check, he's gonna be like grumble, grumble, grumble.
I will.
There you go.
I mean, how far away from one another are you?
They did say they were moving body to body.
I mean, Nell is here, because I'm pretty sure that's the splat of the one that was being mouthy.
I mean, if y'all are right next to each other, like, other than the wind skittering sand across the surface, there's not really much going on out here, so you'd probably be able to hear with a 17. If you're, like, more than, like, 50 feet away or so, probably not.
Yeah.
So Desmond will go to another body, do the same thing, and like not looking at Nell, but saying it loud enough for them to hear. I told that same thing to Alarian when he stepped out of line, and he thanked me for that advice.
Don't know if you've noticed, but I'm not a Lari.
And tosses
And
the
now
body
calm
aside.
down.
I know.
Anyway, it's time to go. Loot the bodies for realsies now after stomping the skull of that one motherfucker in.
Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna rummage through these guys' pockets.
Roderick's just laying on his back, just staring up at the sky.
Are you moving?
Wait, is Roderick still playing dead?
Yeah. From what you can tell, he's on his back looking at the sky.
Did he, like, give a wave or anything?
Nope. Not unless someone, I guess, does something.
Alright, then I'll go help him up.
Yeah.
Alright, come on, brother. On your feet.
He, like, fans away your hand, starts getting up slowly and clearly very painfully. I'm sick of this.
Considering they were waved away previously, they will put their hand up and then go, "May I heal you?"
He starts just like limping towards the city, and he doesn't really say anything else.
Before he gets too far, I'm just going to use prayer of healing on it so everyone gets it.
How long? I think that takes a while to cast, if I'm not mistaken.
You're right, it's a 10-minute one. Never mind. I forget about casting times a lot.
I think he's gonna be out of your range in 10 minutes.
Yeah, no, we're good.
Depends on how slow he's walking away.
Yeah, go for it. 5 feet a minute. Just step. Step.
Yeah, Nelly is going to cast Cure Wounds on him, though, before he hurry their steps to get closer to boop him. How does one upcast?
Just click, drag it out, and then right click to add the additional die.
Okay.
And then just make sure you, if
If
it says like you add 2 per, make sure you right click twice.
If I see Roderick walking away, don't you think we should stay together after that?
I love when I upcast and only get a not the best boop off.
Hey, you got a max level 1 cast
Before a modifier.
before proficiency.
He's kind of side eye looks at Thrain and is like, find their tent, make sure they're all dead. Then we don't have to worry about them for a while.
Looking into the pit, how deep is it? Is it the actual dig site?
Oh, the dig site goes down pretty deep. Maybe like 15 feet or so. Like, there's been work put into it, but nowhere near as far down as you need it to be.
Is there anybody else here?
Not that you see immediately, no. With your investigation roll, are you looking for anything in particular?
Trying to remember what they were attacking us with.
Maces and heavy crossbows.
I'm gonna see if they have any of the bounties, and then if they have any identification.
Are you like moving like body to body or?
Yeah, I'm gonna end up going body to body, but I was starting there, and
Okay.
then I'm gonna start there and then go to the caster,
Okay.
walking
Definitely.
down into the pit a little bit, looking see if I see anyone down there.
Nell will be looting as they go, but they're looking for any form of correspondence to show who fed these people information or if we were betrayed by anyone.
Sure.
While also just looking for anything of value because it's them or somebody else scavenging.
Okay. Can I get an investigation roll from you two, please?
Can I use perception?
No.
Fuck you.
Desmond's going to grab one of the helmets, the
Oh, yeah.
Dragon Guard helmets,
Okay.
and catch up to Roderick.
Is that gonna be before or after you melt someone's face out of it?
The description of one of the guys was he said something, he threw off his helmet, then we started fighting, so that helmet he threw off.
Okay.
So he'll like run, catch up to Roderick, and hold up the helmet. Pretty sure they're gonna take this threat seriously now.
What should we do with that?
I'm gonna throw it at the foot of their captain. Let them know that they got these uniforms most likely by killing their guard.
I don't care right now. I said
Okay.
that we
Good.
should have went after them on our own terms. And now look at us.
You guys don't actually hear this, and I'm not actually saying it, but you guys should have someone with charisma. No, and
I don't
None of that was
need
said.
charisma if I have status.
I don't think that that's necessarily true.
I'll let everybody really try to rule Amethil.
So from searching the bodies, the people that were dressed in the Dragon Guard armor have nothing of value on them outside of the mace and the heavy crossbow, and then their armor. The people that that didn't have it, some of them had a few personal effects on them, but not really a whole lot. You managed to find a potion of healing and some gold on some of them, and then a few trinkets on some of their persons, but nothing really noteworthy. You get the idea from everything that they were purposefully traveling light. With the exception of the caster. The caster had 2 spell scrolls on them. And then they had this ornate puzzle box on them.
Take those, and then could I say was it I that found the health potion, or just in general it was found?
Whoever
You
found
said
it.
you were going to be the one checking the caster, so
Can I say I just found the health potion and drank that one instead of one in my bag?
Sure.
I mean, does it
Just-
matter either way?
No.
'Cause you're gonna have one in the bag.
Yeah, just story flavor.
Sure.
I didn't drink the one in my bag. I'm just like, oh hey, health potion. I should probably drink this.
Sure, that works.
Mel's just essentially going to be dragging all the bodies into kind of a line.
And I forgot to mention, and you did find some of the wanted posters. It's the same ones you've seen before.
I'm just gonna collect them.
Yeah.
Put in my bag.
Probably shouldn't have melted their faces off, as it would be easier to be like, see, these aren't your men we just killed. But it's a little too late for that. I'm sure he can realize that none of his men are missing, hopefully. I'm sure it'll be just armor missing, and that there are one or more people causing a ruckus in his ranks. I am suspicious, though. It is not really public knowledge that Alarian's dead. I mean, I sang of his death once in public, and other than that, the only person who knows that I am the current leader of the Eclipsean Order would be Fenris himself. So either he told someone who told them, or some of them happened to be in the tavern when I sang the song, and made assumptions from there that I'm the new leader of the Eclipsean Order.
Freudian slip.
A prophecy.
But can't help but feel suspicious.
I take that we're like going body to body together. Can I have this
Yeah.
conversation? Rena look up at you. You pretty much gave you a once over, like maybe look like, oh, you look like shit, and then while talking, just
He's realizing that Nell's like half delirious, bleeding out while having like 5 HP, be just angry saying shit at this point.
Take that healing.
Thank you, Thrain. I appreciate it.
No offense, you look like shit.
Feel like shit, so.
Should we catch up with them?
Once all the bodies are lined up, Nell will nod to be like, yeah. After, I'm sure, Fenris and his men will want to check out these bodies. We'll be able to properly burn them before they try to prop them in the It's less for funeral rites, more for health and sanitation.
Thrain's kind of just 1,000-yard stare as they finish up and start walking. Thinking.
Roderick, did you say you were headed towards their tent, or you headed towards the city?
And towards the city.
Okay.
He gonna take a nap.
Didn't he already take one of those?
It's what he does best.
I think he took a couple.
A dirt nap.
All right, so Thrain, now you're catching up with Desmond and Roderick.
Mm-hmm. Catching up, I'm gonna look them over. You both look like shit. Put a hand on each of their shoulders.
Desmond will like pull away. Not yet.
Reaches back, hand you a healing potion. Take this when you're ready.
Us
I have
looking
to-
beat to shit drives home the point to Fenris that this is a problem.
I have the capability of healing myself at the moment.
I don't
I
care.
will.
And he'll hand it to you. Put it in your hand.
I'm not gonna use it. And he just puts it in his bag.
You may not use it for yourself, but what happens if Nell and I aren't around? If we go down and you're out of spells? It's happened before.
We're gonna do our damnedest to make it not happen again. I've already ordered myself some better armor. Nell would be, even if not everybody joins them, they'd be heading towards the barracks.
Okay. All right, so you all make your way back to the city proper. You come through the northern gates. Nell already said headed towards the barracks. Roderick, I assume you're just going to the boot.
Yep.
What about Thrain and Desmond?
Yep, I already said I was going to the barracks.
Barracks with it? No.
Okay.
Desmond.
Okay. So Roderick, you headed the boot. Everybody else heading to the barracks.
I did say I was doing this. So I'm gonna actually do it.
What's that?
As Desmond pushed my hand off, I would have still ended up casting that on Roderick.
Max level.
Fuck you!
That's back to back. It's back to back, Max heal.
Yup.
Mhm.
All right.
While we're walking to and through the barracks, Null is going to be very much so keeping their eyes peeled, looking for the motherfucker who had told us to go to the pit.
Okay. Yeah. So as you're making your way through the city, as you get to like the throwaway point where you would turn left to start heading towards the barracks, you would see him on just a regular patrol. And he sees you and he takes off running.
Which way is he running?
He's running south.
Desmond points to him. You're in no harm.
Yeah, he's running.
He still says it.
Okay. You're saying it to the three people standing, or the two people standing next to you, because this motherfucker, like,
Well,
from a pretty good. Oh, you're messaging him. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. You get no response. He's still running.
Anyways, Fine Steed goes off.
Okay.
Nell is just going to suddenly their horses basically just whoop there, and they just hop on, and they're gonna drag this guy essentially to face Fenris. They're like, no, you're not in harm from me. I'm not the problem, sir. But
you're not in any harm. He gets dragged back.
No one heard Desmond say that, by the way. That was all in his head.
Yep.
Yeah, I know. But
Fine
Nell.
Steve's a 10-minute casting time too.
What the fuck? Why is everything a 10-minute casting time? I want to do today.
Desmond's gonna go to the. He said he was talking to two, or like with the two others.
No. I was saying you're standing next to two other people.
Okay.
I was just saying if you said that, only they heard you. But no, he was doing just regular like patrol, and he's seen you guys from a pretty good distance away with a 20. And yeah, as soon as he recognized you guys and seen you coming this way, he took off running south.
Are you able to
Yeah.
sketch a picture of his face?
What?
Looking at Desmond.
More or less.
The Highblade should know who he is based off the face.
He is probably going to skip town.
You should still know.
I will inform the Highblade, but if he feels guilty and skips town, he is probably just going to die in the desert.
Mm-hmm.
Does he have to run past the boot to get out of town by any chance?
No. So he's running south. So I just I just drew a line on the map where he's headed from.
Right.
So like,
motherfucker.
so you guys came in from here and then started heading down this way. The boot is obviously right here to the right of that arrow.
Mm-hmm.
And then you started to head this way. And like right around the time that you got to this corner, you would have seen him. He was coming from this direction here, making his patrol. And then when he seen you, he just started booking that way.
I didn't realize Sandskill was so small.
The map is not to scale.
I know.
It's
about
not
the size.
sand scale.
Not about the size, Adam. It's about how it's utilized.
Didn't you say from pillar to pillar was like 1,000 feet?
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that I want to say it's like a quarter mile. Like each little block is like a quarter mile or so.
Okay.
So basically, it's like a mile, like a mile by 2 mile wide or some shit like that. It's a substantial city. Like if you're in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just one of those like, hey, I mentioned it. Let me make sure my brain's still working right.
Yep.
And
So we're gonna continue to the barracks at this point, because
Mhm.
I'm not fucking wasting my time chasing this bitch down.
Okay.
You said you pointed at him, right, Desmond?
Mm-hmm.
I've seen you do that plenty enough times. You
Desmond will,
respond.
keep pointing, and no response, and he'll just wave him off and keep walking. No response. He's just running.
I'd be scared shitless too.
How we look.
Knowing what we had faced.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you all just continue to the barracks then. Roderick, as you get into your room, you make your way up the stairs and you kind of just slowly stumbling your way through the boot, key your way into your room, and as you shut the door, you hear a voice say, "I have something for you."
Like his normal jumpy response to like go for his gun and everything, like it's not there. He just kind of looks over to where the like just slowly over to where the voice was coming from. Like he's just ready for whatever the fuck it is.
And you see a familiar looking old lady sitting on the bed, feet just not even able to touch the ground.
Just that annoyed head roll look over.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what you got?
They hop down and they're like, "You look like shit."
Yeah, so I've been told.
I hope that the other guy looks worse.
Oh yeah, they're dead.
Oh, well, what'd you expect? Anyways, you asked me if I could get you something that would let you be able to tell if you're dreaming or not.
Yes.
Reaches into the pocket of her little Sunday dress and pulls out a blindfold. And she walks up to you, kind of shuffling her feet, and she puts it in your hand. He said, "Whenever you doubt if anything is real, put this on and just focus on what you hear. Focus on what you feel. Focus on what you smell. The eyes are easy to trick. Everything else is a lot harder. Now, when you first put this on, you're not going to be used to it. It's going to make things much more difficult for you. Until you learn to focus through the lies that could be told by your eyes, you're going to feel like you're at such a disadvantage. But as your faithful partner in all this, I promise you, once you start to realize what is what, this will make you stronger than you've ever been.
And he takes the blindfold and puts it, like, just kind of holds it in his hand. His, like, head is down. What do I call you?
I fear that just the utterance of my name here.
No, not your real name. Just something I can call you.
What's a simple... Call me John.
All right. John, I don't know if I can do this. Like, in his eyes, there's just complete and utter, like, defeat in his eyes.
The fact that you have this doubt shows that you can. If this would have been a year ago, your arrogance would have said something different. You know that you're up against insurmountable odds. And the fact that you have those nifty little tattoos there. Don't sell yourself short.
I just can't help but keep thinking everybody has picked the wrong people for this.
Yeah. I know that feeling. I've been there. Come to think of it, even now, it's hard to believe that I'm in the scenario that I'm in. But take it from one mortal with the task to save the world to another. The only thing that's going to stop you is you. Or that hag thing. One of the two.
Yeah. And everything else that wants us to do things and whatnot. I'm guessing because you say that, well, I don't want to speak too loudly, but the place that you said that you're from, I'm assuming that you have been or are familiar with durian.
Yeah. I had my fair share of encounters there.
The question has been asked to someone I don't trust, so I am asking the question to someone, the only person outside of my group that I do trust. The Sphinx, I'm assuming you're familiar with it.
All too familiar with it.
There is a plan to face a trial for some crimes we actually did not commit. We were betrayed. And my concern is that, like all things in the justice system, it can be corrupted or can be faked or twisted or lied to. I don't think it's lie proof. What is your opinion, or what can you tell me about this thing?
So, Vardrak hated this Sphinx. And I'm pretty sure he killed it like 37 times. But every month, it would come back. And it would always do the same thing. Almost like it was... That's all its purpose was. as a general rule of thumb, I don't really do the justice system. But as far as this thing goes, I would say it is as incorruptible as can be. And dare I say, its stubbornness rivals the old king's.
Then it's possible that we can trust this thing, but the people around it.
No,
I don't
fuck that.
trust.
I don't trust any of them.
No.
That's another one of my rules is I don't trust people.
So let's say this goes in our favor and it finds us innocent. And then it leaves for wherever it goes to return again, same time. Are the people of Durian left to pass judgment or whatever, or decide the fates of the people on trial, even though the Sphinx says one way or the other?
Well, what the Sphinx's judgment is irreversible. So, at least for the crime at hand, you would be absolved from that. Now, what other bullshit, contrived things they may come up with after the fact, that's... well, you can use your imagination there.
If it were you, would you go?
Hells no. But you're not me, so that could be different.
Could be. All right. Oh. You know Vardrak and his history. Paladin Zahn said that he was around during the times of Vardrak. He was one of his paladins. Is this true?
Paladin Zahan. Oh. The leader of Sandscale. Yeah, he was around. Most of his war stories don't really check out. Was he trained under Vardrak? Yes. I'm not sure if he ever made it to Paladin rank. He's an interesting one for sure. He's on the right team, but he definitely embellishes things for his own favor. Let's just say if Vardrak came back, he wouldn't be lifted to some prestigious role due to his valorant actions.
Gotcha.
If you want to have some fun, he little old lady snaps her fingers, and all of a sudden, you see this bag appear, sort of dangling in front of them, and opens it up and pulls something out, wraps it in a little handkerchief, and says, places it in your hand, and says, "Give this to Paladin Zahn and ask him to tell you what really happened." And he closes your hand around it. He says, "That's a fun story."
I will trust that this will not provoke a fight.
It may make him piss himself,
Oh,
but he shouldn't fight you, no.
that is fun.
He's not really known for his fighting prowess.
What I was hoping for was that there would be any good paladins left. I really want to help our leader. They were not able to finish their paladin trainer under their last mentor, who was very qualified, but they're doing their best. And if even half the stories about Vardrak are accurate, I would assume that those who actually trained under him would be sufficient to help them along in their path. Wouldn't happen to know anyone that is better than Zahn, would you?
Give me a persuasion roll.
Oh boy.
You can do it with advantage. You have a nice rapport built up here.
Okay. Let's do it. Oh, it's gonna be flat. Hey.
As far as I'm able to tell, there's only one person left on Amethil that has been formally trained to fight.
His
By
eyes
Vardrak.
kind of perk up. Yeah?
But I don't think that they're going to be willing to help.
Bad falling out or something? Or
Something like that. If you really want to find out, they still wander around near Dracarius' site, but you're on your own with that one.
is this someone you personally knew? Like, is there something I could say to maybe sway them?
I think if you mentioned me, it would make things worse.
Okay.
They are capable. Outside of Vardrak, probably one of the most qualified warriors on Amethil. But let's just say the years since Dracarius disappeared has not resonated well with them.
Does this person have a name? So I'm assuming maybe if we approach and they don't know who we are, maybe if I say their name, maybe that'll stop them from immediately attacking.
The last
We've
I
heard some
heard,
horror stories.
the last I heard, the last person that mentioned them by name left with their bottom jaw missing.
Okay, no names. Got it. This person is still around, and the hat count is lower.
Adam, stop deep-throating your mic.
I hate how some days it picks up everything, some days it picks up nothing.
Yeah, you just. In my hole. I lost my hat. Where'd my hat go? There's my stupid tiny hat.
Being that no one is messing with this person, and with everything that we've been through so far, I am not afraid to see if this is a resource we can tap into. So if at the very least, hopefully we'll get a strong no and we can just leave.
They sort of look at you with this perked smile. They're like, I would make sure I have a good exit strategy.
I'll keep that in mind. But I know you can't stick around forever, so thank you. And he like holds up the blindfold, like clenches it tight. Thank you for this. Really. You don't know how much I've needed something to get a grip on reality.
Well, I hope that this helps. If nothing else, it will figuratively open your eyes to a lot of things around you. Actually, it's going to close your eyes because it's a blindfold, and you're not going to be able. Never mind.
In actuality, it's going to cause astigmatism. It's fine.
Yeah,
It's a
I will
trap.
do my best to still fulfill my end of the bargain. If nothing else, keep going so that I can help you out the way you've been helping me.
I have no doubt that you will.
Oh, 10 minutes ago, I had plenty of doubts. He goes over to the bed, like, sits down like a 90-year-old man in lots of pain, and then lays down. Then
Go ahead.
he puts the blindfold on and like covers his head with his hat just to see what it's like.
As you put the blindfold on, you hear them whisper for a second, and all of a sudden you feel like this cold breeze, like a cooling like breeze rush over you, and then you don't hear anything else. As you put the blindfold on, you have the blind condition. You are blind. And with it on right now, you're just blind. You're hearing all the things kind of going around right now, but there's nothing really for you to focus on. But yeah, it is kind of shockingly black. given how thin the material is. Like, there is no light that peeks through this.
He'll try and get some rest for a little bit, but then after a while, when it fails because he's still technically rested, he's going to go down and order a healer and some company. Extra tip if it's both in one.
Okay. If you want, feel free to roll as many of your hit die as you want for the short rest. All right. Everybody else.
At least some work for the healer.
Right. Can't hire a healer if you're fully healed. That's just silly. The rest of you all, after your encounter with Usain Bolt, you make it to the guard barracks. And as you walk inside, you see like that they have a meeting of sorts going on, and they like stop talking. Like everybody sort of slowly turns their heads in unison, looking at you. And you can see that as they're all standing there, there's a couple captains that are like near like a war board essentially that they have set up, where they're trying to figure out what's going on with the attack that happened on the city.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. as they're like still actively very injured. It appears you have some less than obedient among your ranks.
Give me a straight charisma check.
Here's my Riz. That's a save, not a check, Megan.
Should be the same, I believe.
No.
It's not.
No.
No, because...
Oh, you don't have any of the bonuses on it? Okay.
So it's a +9 and stuff.
Yeah, so
yeah.
So it would be a 18. 18 is the check. You hear a couple grumbles as you say that, and one of them sort of says, "Is there something specific you want to talk about? We're a little busy here."
Yeah, the fact that one of your men came to our room, told us that there were undead spilling out of the tunnels that they were digging to the old temple, just for us to go out there to find the bounty hunters, some of which were in your garb, lay an ambush on us, and then by the time we got back into town, we saw said dragon guard that told us, and he booked it south.
Give me a persuasion roll.
That's fine. He's pissed.
And the captain that said that is like, "And I hope you all have some evidence to support this. These are very serious accusations you're making."
How about the 15 bodies outside the gates? Some of which that are in your garb, the others are in the garb of those bounty hunters that were after us, that I'm sure you all know about.
Of the Adventures of Amethil.
Desmond's gonna walk up to I can never remember his fucking name. Don Shroud.
He's not in the room.
Oh, well then walk up to this captain and like place the helmet that he was carrying in his hand. We're not sure how they acquired your uniforms. You may need to do a check to see if all of your soldiers are still alive. But most of the people that ambushed us were in Dragon Guard attire.
But we're not individuals we could recognize as Dragon Guard.
What was the split on Dragon Guard versus non?
I think it was. I want to say it was 5-13. Only the ones that were laying down had the Dragon Guard armor on.
Which was like
5.
8 to 9.
Five. It was
Oh,
5.
5? Okay.
It was, so yeah.
And then
Five
everybody else did not have it on.
So 5 to 10.
Yeah, that sounds right.
We do not mean to disturb you. If we can take this matter up with Don Shroud, we would. Is he around somewhere?
He is, but he asked not to be disturbed right now.
Understood.
Let me get him. And he, like, sort of looks over. And he's like, Kaimil, get together a small group. They can escort you guys over. We can check on these bodies they're referring to. Haldovar, start doing head count. Find out who's missing, who's unaccounted for.
Whose lockers is missing their armor when it should be there because it's their day off.
As they said. Excuse me. Then he steps away and he raps on the door and walks in and closes it behind him.
If there is no magical means to suppress the noise from outside where we were to where Don Shroud's office is, may have heard Thrain voicing his opinions because he is rather pissed and is not being quiet about it.
Potentially. I think that due to the normal rabble that's inside of there, unless you were like screaming, then he probably wouldn't have really picked up on too much of it.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying it wasn't normal talking voice, but it wasn't top of his lungs. I'm just.
Let's say if you were screaming, let me know.
An elevated tone of voice, because you know.
You're a little angry.
Yeah, I hurt. I want to go to bed.
Alright, so so he comes in there, and while he's out, the other guard that were kind of giving the orders, they ask you a few questions as far as like, you know, if you could describe what they look like.
Is disguise self able to be used to look like a specific person?
If your roll's good enough, it is.
I could do my best on that.
Desmond, are you able to show them the guard who informed us?
Like I said, I can do my best. I'm going off of memory. Can't you just make an illusion?
I can try to make an illusion of their face, or if I can't get the illusion right, I can attempt for a full-on disguise. Looking for minor illusion to read the deeds, if I could just be like, I made a small thing of him.
This one, yeah.
Create a sound or image of an object within range that lasts a minute. So it says of an object, so not a person, I guess, for minor illusion.
Do you have disguise self?
I do.
Yeah, you could do disguise self to do that. Minor illusion is to create just a minor illusion. Major illusion is what you would want to do if you wanted to do like a full person or like full scene.
Yeah, I have both minor illusion and silent image because I was stupid when I picked my paladin spells and didn't realize that I had one of them as a race and picked the other one.
Paladins are interchangeable every morning, right?
No, that's cleric.
Mm-hmm.
I think I actually can on a level up now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, I think
Level
all
ups.
casters can on a level up.
Okay, I'll probably fix that next level up then.
And realistically, I don't fucking care.
If I were to go through and fix that,
Yeah, like, to me it doesn't make...
I,
In my brain, it doesn't make sense that, like, certain can do it every day, certain can do it only on level ups. You know, like, that, to me, doesn't make sense.
I
Yeah.
thought paladins had a spell book where they could prepare spells.
no. If I recall correctly,
You
I
can change your list of prepared spells when you finish a long rest.
Oh,
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Preparing new spell list of paladin spells requires time spent in prayer meditation, at least 1 minute per spell level for each spell on your list.
Yeah.
I was
Okay.
gonna say I was playing Absol all wrong.
Yeah, I think the only caster that's really restricted to that in 5e is sorcerers because it's their ability.
This is what I get for in one campaign playing a paladin and another playing a sorcerer.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. Yeah.
I'm thinking about Genora, not Nell.
In general, I don't really care.
Got
I'm not too much of a stickler on that kind of shit. If it makes sense, it makes sense. I guess when you put sorcerer that way, it kind of makes sense that they wouldn't be able to if, like, hey, I'm
They're
just
born in
naturally gifted and I'm just so happen the gift that I have is to do this spell. Then it's like tough shit, but then like lore-wise that makes sense, but then from like a game standpoint that's just shitty. Like tough shit.
It's their trade-off for having meta magic and being able to cast more freely than other casters.
So I guess Nell is going to, with all their might now, attempt to, with their best memory of this person's face,
Yeah.
disguise
And
self into them.
just for funsies, give me an Arcana roll.
Should
With
we get this
advantage.
Arcana.
I was say, can I persuade some advantage out of this because they were focusing on them for an insight?
Well, sure, that makes sense, but also like what I was thinking is that like if you're changing yourself into one of their people that they know, unless there's like a bunch of people that look really, really similar, like fucking, you know, early 2000s Bethesda game, like I'm thinking that like you're probably going to be able to get close enough. Yeah. So as you do the disguise self, one of them says, that looks a lot like Jandar. Are you certain that's him?
I can tell you I formerly worked with him at the dig site. So if he's been working the dig, then yes, I'm certain.
No, he looks back over at the captain. The captain nods. All right, well, we'll make sure that we let the High Blade know and see what he says about it. And a few seconds after saying that, you hear the door open behind. And you see the captain that went in there along with the High Blade coming out.
Nell is going to keep up this disguise self until the High Blade appears and then just drop the concentration on it and turn back into themselves.
They don't even realize it at first. They like come
What,
out.
that it was a
and
disguised self, or that
Yeah.
it switched from this person to now?
that it was disguised self. That it was like, that's just another person that's standing there. And they're like, okay, what is? And you drop it, and they're like, oh, what is going on? Which of my men have you killed? What?
We haven't killed any of your men. The one that I was just looking like, Jandar, as they said, came to our chambers in the Obsidian Boot, hurriedly, knocking on the door, requesting our help, claiming undead were pouring out of the dig site. And, of course, we jumped into action. We moved our way down there to find what was 5 individuals in Dragon Guard attire laying upon the ground. When we went to go check their pulses, they attacked, along with several others who had been hiding, waiting to ambush. These were the adventurers of Amethil, who had come for our bounty. We are unsure where they got this armor, whether or not they killed your men and threatened Jandar into coercing us out there, or if Jandar had gone through lockers of those who were assigned the day off, took their armor, and gave it for this excursion. As you can see, we look a bit rough around the edges. This is after healing. Roderick's okay, he's at the boot.
What does Desmond look like right now? Like,
As soon as he stepped away.
oh, that fucker. The funny thing is he can hear me.
Uh-huh.
Never let a man go pee.
No, I don't do that during stream.
Sin don't pee. He don't do that. You.
Yeah, I think I described Desmond as like taking off his mask sometime during that fight to spit out blood, so he hasn't put it back on. But like, he hasn't done anything to clean himself up or anything like that. He's just, all the damage he's taken is shown on him. So, just cuts every which way, burns on his upper body from the fucking moonbeam.
You have a couple
Slightly
arrows in
fried
you?
blood dripping from his mouth and nose area.
I don't think I was shot. I think I tried to get in front of Roderick, but they kept going around me and shooting.
Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah. Couldn't remember.
Let me see here. So, after you say this is how we looked after healing, you see him touch a pendant on his neck. And he says in Elvish, by Grace's light. And as he does, you see this burst of energy sort of shoot out through the room. Healing everyone for 15, with the exception of Desmond. And when he sees that it doesn't heal you, he like scratches his chin. He's like, curious. I know it's not much, but
Like, looks around and just it tilts his head back like,
yeah, basically everybody in the room, you see like this swirl of like white magic sort of start at the feet and sort of like envelop them, just like does like one, maybe 2 circles around them, just kind of fades out. everybody in the room, like, except Desmond.
That's just like racist.
So I would say everybody in the room. You three, and then 3 others in the room are just kind of. He says.
Rain looks at you, is about to say something, then later.
He points at one of the guards. He says, "Put a bolo out for Jandar. Let him know we want to hear his side of this. That no action will be done until we know all sides of the story." Do you already have a party put together to go look at this site? You hear one of them just say aye and nod. Do that. Find out how they got our equipment. And you two, points over at 2 random Dragon Guard, go investigate the campsite that they were at.
I'd like to join the investigation of the campsite as well. At least a few of our men.
You said there was no identification on any of them? Nothing.
Now they don't even have faces.
When we looked around the bodies, we did not find any identification. And well, they look more rough than we do, so we probably won't be able to discern identities.
He chuckles. Well, after seeing what you were capable of doing during the attack on the city, I have no doubt of that. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. You are free to investigate the campsite with my men. And if you all excuse me, I have other matters I need to attend to.
Right, the aqueduct. There was a glyph of warding on one of the pipes.
I'll be at the boot. I walk out.
I'll join you.
It looks to have appeared been written 2 to 3 days ago. I
He, like,
apologize for
stops.
sticking my nose where you told me not to.
The last time I asked, I did as a friend. This time, as the arbiter of law of this city, I am ordering you, keep your nose clean from this. And he walks in and shuts the door behind him.
And Nell nods and then turns to the group who was going to be checking out the campsite, since apparently the other 3 will be back at the booth.
We're tapped.
Yeah, damn near.
I got 1 level 2 spell.
Thrain's at half health. Don't even. You're fine.
I got more than 1 level 1 spell slot, but I fucking going for another engagement right now.
I don't care. After all that, I'm going to bed. It's for a short nap. After a
nap
conversation.
nonetheless.
All right. So you two start heading to the boot. Nell, after a few minutes, the small group of guard get suited up, and they give you a nod when they're ready, and they head out and start heading towards the campsite.
Yay.
Is there anything in particular you're looking for while there?
Nell's essentially there to make sure none of these individuals are going to attempt to cover anything up.
Okay,
They
so
are
you're
going
going
to be very much so keeping an eye on the Dragon Guard who are there, as well as looking for anything that could be a possible correspondence between Dragon Guard and these individuals.
Okay. Well then, feel free to give me a perception. You can either give perception or insight, your call. And investigation.
Perception. God
'Kay.
damn it. Can I use that inspiration to redo that perception?
You sure can.
Much better.
Okay.
You actually remembered.
Mm-hmm.
Proud of you.
Thanks, buddy.
And
You
investigation,
said
please.
what? Investigation.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
So, as you get to the tent, you could see that, like, everything is still kind of in a lived-in moment here. Like, you don't get the impression that, like, they necessarily had planned for this to go the way it did, but more so like it was sort of sprung on them. You do not get any impression of the two guards that are there with you trying to cover up or do anything like that. Some of the things that you do find there, though, is there is a ledger on a table in the center of the camp near where they have some barrels of food and where, like, the cooking supplies are. You see this ledger, and flipping through some of the pages of it, it has the names of some of the Dragon Guard in there. And it has some descriptions saying things such as has gambling debts. Things that allude to shortcomings in their lives. And you see, like, a underline under Jandar's name that says can be bought.
Nell is definitely going to pick up this ledger as evidence. And once they've done a sweep for, any other evidence, Nell would see if there's anything of value to take for themselves.
Yep.
Any potions of healing or whatnot. Like, you gonna take my health, I'm gonna take your potential health. Bitch.
Yeah. So, like, as you're going through everything, the two Dragon Guard basically say, like, help yourselves to whatever you want from here. The rest will be confiscated.
Understood.
As far as it goes for what's here, there is a fair amount of coinage in the different bags and in pouches that are scattered about. So you would have found a total of 13 platinum, 190 gold, 700 silver, and 80 copper. You found, if Nell would do this or not, I don't know. There are a few like knickknacks and like just ornate items that appear to be of value, though they may not be anything special. So if you would get those, that's up to you. I don't know if you would or not.
Detect magic. Believe I have that. Do I have detect magic? Let me double check. Boop. Because I might be doing the thing where I remember. Yeah, I do have detect magic. Good. I wasn't sure if I was remembering other characters again. Well, I'll have to upcast it at level 2. But you know, whatever. Detect magic.
And
If any of these knickknacks appear to be magical, they are taken. If not, no.
They do not. You did find 36 uncommon crafting components, though.
Hell yeah. So I've got coinage, crafting components, knickknacks.
Yep, if you want the
And I'm
knickknacks.
sure
You
that-
said you don't really care about the knickknacks.
I do not care to take the knickknacks. Those can stay and be whatever
Sure.
sold and have the funds go towards the Dragon Guard if that's what Fenris wants.
Sure.
I'm sure there's and the rations there I'm sure will be given to people.
Yep.
Yep. So
And then as you were leaving, you notice that underneath one of the mattresses, or the bedrolls rather, you see this blue fabric sort of sticking out that doesn't belong. And as you peel the bedroll back, you see this small like felt pouch, and there are 2 legendary crafting components inside of it.
hell yeah.
The extent of which you may not even fully realize what they are.
Got it. And I'm assuming at that point Nell's probably just gonna like flip over each bedroll, see if there's anything else hiding beneath them that they missed before continuing their way out.
Yep. And outside of that, you just find a bunch of crossbow bolts, a station where they were crafting the crossbow bolts. There's some very common weaponry that's there. Most of all you find is maces, but nothing really stands out as magical or special to you.
I'm not gonna go all loot goblin like I would in a video game and gather all the weapons to sell. I won't do that to you, Cliff.
I mean, you're gonna do that to you, not me. You're gonna have to figure out how to carry that shit back. But yeah, if that's it, that's pretty much what you get from it. And then the last thing that you see is as you were flipping the final mattresses in one of the bigger tents, you found a tent that had a larger tent than the rest of them that only had a single bed inside of it. And when you flip that one, you've seen that there is a leather-bound notebook in there. And you can see that there was a note that was written in here that had been torn out. And there is sort of the faint impressions of what was said underneath it. if you would like to attempt to decipher that.
Yep, now we'll flip to an empty page, rip it out, and kind of scribble over it with pencil, and then flip it over on top of the page that could potentially have words on it, and lightly drag the pencil on the other side of the paper back and forth, so whatever is impressed now is the only thing that doesn't have pencil mark on it, basically.
Sure. What skill do you think would be best associated with that?
I don't know. Would that be...
To me, it sounds like it could be like a sleight of hand, maybe a survival. But if you have something else in mind, I'd be willing to entertain it.
I mean, those are the only ones I could think of, too. Of course, I wanted to figure out something else that I could possibly roll better on, but no, not really, unless you could say that for some reason history would work.
You need to convince me on that one.
Yeah, no, I don't really know how I'd convince you other than being like, oh, they've done this before back in their youth when they were a troublemaker.
Yeah, that's not really what history would be for, though.
Yeah.
History would be like you pulling from historical knowledge to know something about this, but even that would be a stretch. So, if you can't think anything better, I would say do either sleight of hand or survival, your call.
Same thing.
I'd
like to use the golden D20.
You have 4.
Please. You motherfucker. Fine then. Still gonna take it with me to bring it back to see if somebody else can figure it out that's not me.
Sure. So as you scribble onto it, it appears that the note had been written with probably like a finer quill pen, and it's really hard to get the impression from the other page as you do that. So you don't have any luck with it. With a 3-4, you fail to make out any legibility in your attempts.
Of course. I'm assuming that every other page in there is blank, other than the one.
No. I mean, it's a full-on journal. That was just the most recent entry. Looks like it had been torn out.
Got it. So now we'll, throughout the day, be reading this journal for any further information.
Sure.
That'll be
Could
my
be some
downtime
interesting
activity.
things in there. All right. Yeah. So after being there for a while, searching things out, you notice the guards at one point, basically, they just kind of stand off to the side, like they've already done everything they came to do, and they're just waiting for you to finish up. And once you give them the nod, then they head back with you. And they basically tell you, that they're gonna, when time permits, they're gonna send out a group out here with a wagon and load up everything that could be useful for the city. Desmond Thrain, you two head back. Gonna get some sleep, I assume, or rest, not necessarily sleep. And Nell, is your plan to head back there when you're done?
Well, first they'd be going with these guys back for evidence to show the ledger to Fenris themselves.
Okay. So as you get back to the barracks, you see that the war board has been moved from where it was at before, and it's sort of like slid by Fenris's door, and you can see that there's different sketches and things up on the board, and as they're trying to piece together certain things. And as you get in there, there's a single captain that's at that war board, and he's sort of moving some of the pages around, and he sees you, and he's like, "Any luck?"
A bit. Found a leisure. Looks like they bought Jandar for doing this. But it also looks like they didn't expect this to have happened on this day, so I'm not entirely sure.
Well, if you want, I can take the ledger. We'll use that to build our case. We haven't had any luck with finding him so far.
Nil nods. With all due respect, I'd like to place it directly into Fenris's hands. As I don't know everyone's names, and there were a few written in here that they were potentially hoping to corrupt.
Give me a persuasion roll.
But I said with all due respect.
I don't think that means what you think that means.
I know.
They kind of, with this being official Dragon Guard business, I would prefer it be handled through our chain of command, but I understand your hesitation. The High Blade is not seeing anyone at the moment, but if you wish to hang on to it for now, I will at least let him know that you have it in your possession.
Thank you. And with that, Nell will just turn and make their way to the Obsidian Boot.
Sure. Okay. So I'm assuming everybody there's resting a little bit. Roderick, I know you said you wanted some extracurricular healing. If you got the gold, you can find your specific take of entertainment.
What's the going prices for a valued customer?
So your specifications are you want a healer.
Mm-hmm.
Whose mic is making noise right
Adam.
now?
Is it still?
We're hearing all sorts of ruffling of, I don't know, plastic bags or some shit.
I haven't touched anything.
I don't hear it
I was
now.
picking up a lot of background sounds.
Okay, I'll fix it.
Yeah, so if you're looking for a healer,
Sexual healing.
That's one way to cast Cure Wounds. Oh!
is it just one you're looking for?
Yeah, that's fine. You can't really
Questions?
handle more right now.
I find myself needing to ask. 6 gold.
All right. Done and done.
I would consider that a skilled tradesperson.
Yeah.
So apparently, this filter I'm using, when I'm typing, it allows static to come through.
It allows plastic bags to
Mm-hmm. That's what
Spot
it sounds
in.
like.
fornicate with the mic.
Mm-hmm.
No worries. All right, yeah. So you do that, and then everybody else. Is the plan to turn out for the night, or
My plan before everything happened with life was that I want to talk to Desmond.
I
okay?
haven't
Yep.
done my downtime today. I need to get that shit in.
Same.
I swear I have like another 2 weeks of this shit before I can even make something.
Well, you and Desmond walk back together, so you do have some private ear time with him.
Yeah. Get my brain back to what I was doing. Why I had this pulled up. Like, oh, right. Yep. Okay. You still. I didn't see that healing take effect on you.
Good trail of blood just dripping down his lip. No, I didn't.
Digs in his pouch, hands over a healing potion.
God, how many of these do you have?
Nell wasn't making enough. You gonna take this one now? Now that we saw the high blade, and you can't get healed apparently.
I could get healed. I can heal myself. I haven't had the need for others to heal me. Yeah. He places a hand on his chest and can I heal myself? Okay, I was gonna say it's gonna be real awkward.
I can heal myself.
Yeah, yeah, he places a hand on his chest, and like a pulse of green comes from his hand and envelops him, and some of his cuts close. This is the first time I've been in this rough a shape.
That doesn't explain the healing not working.
I have no explanation for that. And if things ever get dire, and he pulls out a bottle from his belt loop, pulls one little thing from a pocket he has, drops it in and shakes it up, and it turns into a bright red. And 2d4 plus 3. So 7 HP. Just like within like 30 seconds, grabs it, pops it in, shakes it up, takes a drink, and more of his wounds start to heal. I was specifically trained to make potions. I can make healing potions. It's fine. You don't need to keep giving me your supply. It's better if they're spread amongst us.
That's my point as well. I know. I shouldn't be the one holding all of these. And I'll open my bag and you'll see a total of 3 in there, including the one you rejected the second time.
Well, you handed me one already on the walk in. Hand one each. One to Nell, one to Roderick. Keep one for yourself.
Glad I bought these when I did.
Where do you keep your potions? Is it just in this bag? If one of us goes down, we need to know where each other's store items for easy access.
We'll show you a pouch in his bag, a specific spot on his bag where there is one healing potion, separate from the rest. I try to keep one here.
Desmond shows his spot. Like, these, and these don't touch. This bag is open for use.
Do you hold your arm out close, like out in front of you?
Yeah.
Poke one.
The bottles?
You said don't touch.
Don't touch. Boop.
Just like, he was gonna pull away, then he just stops and
Why you like this?
Did it get a chuckle?
A slight, like you see, like a smile form that it stops. He's like, I'm not supposed to show emotion right now. And he just keeps walking. Until I figure out what's causing this undead issue, the more emotion that I give off, the more likely a chance that I will turn it into a sorrow sworn.
I want to look into that tomorrow. I don't have the spell prepared right now, but I want to see if it's getting worse.
If it is getting worse, I may need to depart back to the Shadowfell until I can figure out what's going on.
Cliff, are we saying... No, wait, no. We would have said it at a different time. Never mind. The conversation we had after a stream about the team up.
Uh-huh.
We said that happened like during a dream or something, right? And not because it was so brief.
I'm lost.
During the team up when I poofed.
Uh-huh. Oh, so I mean,
would that be something? Because if I would have remembered now, I'm gonna bring it up now. If not, like it's gonna be a dream that I would have remembered it.
I mean, I like it. It's your canon to choose. So if it happened or not, you let me know. I think it's a neat little detail.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know how to explain it in lore, but it's a neat little detail.
Uh-huh. What is the Shadowfell like? Everything was weird when you did that thing out there. Everything went dark.
You stepped through. It's normally a gift from the Raven Queen, but something told me that you would be able to tap into it as well. To describe the Shadowfell, there's two answers. One of what it used to be, one of what it is now.
Everything... It was so brief, it's hard to remember it, but... Everything just felt more. The rage I was feeling was immeasurably stronger.
The Shadowfell heightens your emotions almost to an extent that if you remain in one emotion for too long, you will become sorrow-sworn. Your body will change and alter itself to match your emotion. Then your entire being would be to fuel that emotion. That is the curse of the Shadowfell, and our protection from that was lost with the Raven Queen, and that is our main reason for having to leave the Shadowfell.
Do people transform often?
It used to only occur for those that had forsaken the Raven Queen and had gone into the wastelands to live on their own. But now it's happening to anyone. And the longer that my people go without the protection, the more frequently it's happening.
I don't remember if this was mentioned. How long ago did the Raven Queen die?
80 years ago?
Do you think the matron will be able to bring that protection back?
It's what we're calling Plan B. If I can't achieve my goal and my father's goal becomes out of reach, then our only backup and way to save my kingdom is for her to inherit the portfolio and hopefully provide that protection again.
Just nod his head and figure by this time we get back to the boot, I'm gonna rest up for a bit. You should do the same.
I will be.
Are you going to be resting or studying?
I will be meditating.
You guys walk into the boot and you see Roderick sitting there with like what I could only describe as like a lady wearing like a slutty Halloween costume of like a priestess.
I feel like Desmond and Dre both walk in and just stop and stare.
Roderick?
Yeah, yes, come on in.
I would assume this would be at like just a public venture, like at the bar or the restaurant side of things.
Just nod and head upstairs. Too tired for this shit.
All right. You two make it back. Do your things. Now you'd make it back shortly thereafter. You know, another hour or so after. What? Is anybody wanting to do their downtime event activities?
Yeah, I am.
So I'm gonna say, any of you doing this, unless you convince me otherwise of why it wouldn't make sense, you're gonna be doing it at either disadvantage or with penalty.
Well, what's the reason?
Because you're fucked up. What do you mean?
I was thinking of, so here's my, or what time, let me ask, what time is it?
Early evening.
It is early evening.
I'm only gonna sleep for an hour, then I'll do it. There's my reason.
Yeah.
I'm gonna crash for a bit.
Short rest and then downtime.
And the other thing too that I forgot to do, but this is a good reminder. Nell, I think you have 3rd level exhaustion.
I do.
Going down.
Going down and getting up.
Mm-hmm.
How many times were you knocked down and then got up again?
Yeah. Ain't never gonna keep me down. Anyways.
What
You're
level
right, yeah.
exhaustion do you just die?
6.
Okay.
7, I think, technically. I think there are 6 levels. Is it 5?
6.
Okay.
6 is death.
So yeah, Nell's at like 3rd level exhaustion.
Okay. And then Roderick should be at 1st level.
2nd.
2nd? Okay.
He went down twice. Because we got up, Desmond got him up, and then Desmond tried to body block.
And
Shot around Desmond.
did Thrain go down any?
I don't remember. I'll take it.
Oh, funny how you remember everybody else's, but can't remember if you did, huh?
If someone else remembers, I'll take it. I'll be honest.
Thrain didn't go down.
I don't remember him going down either.
I think I
pretty
was raging
sure
too
it was
much.
Just Rain. Roderick and Nell apparently together make Rain.
Rain, yep. Okay. Those will be in effect. Saying that you short rest and then you did your downtime, so that's why you're not fucked up still. I know it makes sense from a game perspective, but from a real perspective, it don't fucking make any sense to me. But I'm not in the mood to argue, so sure. Y'all burn your fucking... Feel free to burn your short rest.
Fucking things done, dude. I've been working on this shit for like 3 months real time now.
It hasn't been that long, has it?
It has.
There you go. I was in a bar fight.
Hold on, I'm fucking rolling another one. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, why
I'm
not?
getting rid of that 1 HP that was left over.
Yep, done.
Fucking, I'm just gonna make you guys fight now. Y'all are good to go, right?
I use my last 2 spell slots with the walk with Thrain showing off like, hey, I'm good.
I'm fine,
Does it
see?
make me-
I'm fine, see?
Right.
Secretly, you're like,
require spell.
shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
I could use a spell slot to make an experimental elixir, so like
Okay.
any of the ones, it's just one of the ones is also a healing potion.
Okay. You're like, I'm fine. Don't worry.
Yeah, like let's be real careful for the rest of today, though.
Uh-huh.
For no reason at all.
No.
Flimsy support, guys. I'm gonna say flimsy support. You got your ass beat nearly to death, and then everybody just goes back and flawlessly executes out this fine, meticulous crafting. But you guys are not normal, so. So feel free to do whatever you planned on doing there.
Religion DC 15.
Oh, you trying to attune?
I might be doing a sleepy for a while after this.
I
how it
understand why you
goes.
wanted to short rest beforehand now.
I ain't risking it.
One more success, then I can actually start crafting.
I still have one unidentified potion, I think.
I have a shitload of unidentified stuff, but that takes fucking time that I don't have. I can't even attune to this fucking item that I wanted for like another week until I'm
Yeah, I
done
think
crafting everything.
You're right. I think I'd probably rather attempt to make a greater healing potion.
So, real quick, for identify, isn't that just a spell, or are you doing it?
Ritual.
Nell was
You're doing ritual?
doing it like herbalism style because
Oh,
you
yeah.
said that I could do that because potions are kind of what I do.
Do you have the ability to cast Identify Sin?
Mhm.
So it'd only be 10 minutes,
10 minutes.
not necessarily a downtime. Just hey, 10 minutes of sitting here, or would you consider that a downtime, Cliff?
No. For if Sin says he wants to spend the next hour identifying 6 items, that's fine.
Okay.
Attuning to is
Yeah.
going to be like this every time, though, just so y'all know.
Yeah, I figured. Just grueling, pain.
So I'm saving that shit for last.
Grueling pain. You're being dramatic.
Mm.
Yours is a little painful, but I don't think that's what everybody's experience is gonna be. But yeah, feel free. Go ahead and give me that DC 15 religion. Okay, dirty 20. So you get back and as you wake up from taking the little nap, like as your eyes are closed before you actually wake up, you start hearing that whispering sound again, and like as you like open your eyes and look, that mace is just facing you, like eyes just staring right at you. And as you pick it up, the whispers get louder, and you start making out words in the back of your mind.
Yeah.
All right.
History. Fuck yeah.
How is everybody's rooms laid out adjacent to where Thrain's is at?
I think when we described knocking on doors down the line, it was like Roderick, Thrain. No,
And then-
Roderick's is upstairs because he got himself a nice suite too. So it's
No.
just Thrain and Nell are side by side, and then Roderick and Des are upstairs.
Did Roderick get a suite too?
He had when he got his bed maidens the first time, so I assume it
Oh,
was
okay.
still the same room.
Okay. I'm gonna have to do a gold check on everybody here. So now, you'd have made it back by then. You'd probably still be sleeping, since how Thrain got back about an hour before you did. So you'd have probably just got back, just started to nap a little bit. Give me a perception roll at disadvantage. This isn't really anything too crucial.
Perceptual at disadvantage.
You got it. You would just hear a slight thump come from like Thrain's side of the room.
Mm-hmm.
Thrain, as you pick this thing up and you start hearing all these echoes, you close your eyes and you start seeing these images flashing through your mind, and as you start to focus on it and really lean into whatever this mace is trying to tell you, you start seeing what appears to be the hallway of the temple that you were in. Not where you've seen all the bugs, but further down from that, you see someone carrying this mace, and there's this altar that's standing there, and they take the mace and they put it inside of the altar, and basically the handle sort of sinks down to the skull, and the way that this mount is set up, it almost looks like a hand holding the skull. And as it does, you see this portal open up, and as you open your eyes, that same sort of magic that was coming out of the portal, you see almost like emanating out of the eyes of this wand, sort of like fire, but it's like blues and purples.
Nell?
What?
Just joking, because Nell's is an indigo to the point of you're not sure if it's blue or purple.
Oh. No. Definitely not like that. This is a different blue and purple. And let me pull out my notes here. Actually, I might have put that on the item itself. If I was smart, that's what I did.
Should I click the attune button? 'Cause it might reveal it to me if I do.
Yeah, you can do that. I don't think it's going to, but
No, it didn't.
Okay. I need you to make one roll on this table. I need you to make one roll on this table. And I need you to make 2 rolls on this table.
Throw it away.
Oh my god.
Throw it away.
Damn.
So
Oh my
Just
god.
oh, hungies.
So he
so
always feels sick.
as you stare into the hollow flames of this, you feel sort of the strength of death surge through your body, and the feeling that the thought of death makes others feel, that feeling sort of swells up inside you, almost to the point of you feeling sick to your stomach. But you feel a certain strength course through it as well. While you are wielding this, this is a +1 mace. And each attack also deals 1d4 necrotic damage. While using this mace, you have the ability to cast Inflict Wounds at level 1 without using a spell slot. You can do that once per short rest. And also,
Hang on, I need to write that down at the point.
I'm going to put it all inside here too.
Okay.
You also have +1 bonus to your AC. But you have disadvantage on strength and con saving throws.
Worst tummy ache ever.
And
best barbarian.
while raging, that would negate one of those. And then while attuned, you must eat or drink 6 times more than normal, which at this level in your guys' path, that's just more flavor than anything. Because, like, what? It's going to be 3 silver instead of 6 copper for a meal. You know what I mean? Like, that's immaterial at this point. But just so you know. All right. Now I will add all of this to... And I did actually put all of that on there. So go me.
So just while a 2 negative +1.
Yeah. All of this is basically just to attune. The language is just when you're holding it, but that's more so... There's more flavor behind that one, and there's a reason that I sort of glossed over that.
Okay. I'm guessing that language is going to come about at a later time.
It might. Mayhaps.
Okay.
As you're looking at this thing, you start hearing those whispers swell up in the back of your mind again. Can I please have a DC 18 Wisdom saving throw? Good roll. These images of putting this mace into that altar have really, really stuck with you. And you feel a very strong compulsion to do so. Every day that you are attuned to this, you will get to make this save. Every day that you fail this save, your top priority is to put that mace in that altar. So you just feel this strong compulsion, like this needs to happen, and like ever since that image kind of wrapped through your brain, like that's all you can think of right now is like, where did that portal that opened, where does it lead to? What does it do? Like, you need to know.
So every day I have to make that save, regardless.
Correct.
Okay.
Every 24 hours, you can make that save. It says this suggestion lasts for 24 hours and a new save can be made each day at dawn, technically.
I think we're gonna end up having it at dusk, but you know,
That works.
because when I got attuned to it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the timing is arbitrary, but
Mm-hmm.
When you're preparing your spells, you also do this, okay? Okay.
and for all intents and purposes, you are basically under the effects of suggestion. So there is nothing forcing you to do this, but you feel like it is your own thoughts telling you, like, I need to do this. Like, there's an itch that I can't scratch.
Because I'm gonna stay attuned to it for now. Could we add the status effect for disadvantage?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to do it all up for you.
What's this dog doing? Where's this dog? In his crate. Okay. You sleepy in your crate. Understood. Also, Nell, you should get rid of Pass Without a Trace on everybody.
Nell does what they want.
Fuck your pass without trace. Fuck you. I don't remember how to get rid of it.
Hit the effects button.
Yeah. I
Trash
did that.
cans. Only on that one, though. Because I know on you can do it on other things.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my detect magic will be gone at this point, too. So.
Okay. And then, is Roderick trying to craft anything tonight, or is Roderick just...
He also never used the
I
bardic
gained
inspiration.
progression on his lightning ammo.
Oh, you did that already? Okay.
Yep.
So, just for my nosy information, when did you find time to do that?
Well, you see, he's working like this.
She's got her head down there, and he's just working on top of it.
Multitasking.
He's still
Might be a little distracted, and that's why he gets disadvantaged by that.
And... Did you equip the wand? You did not. Alright, I got it equipped. Alright, and...
Yeah. Roderick, you just never used your bardic inspiration that I had given you. It's dead now, because it's been more than 10 minutes, but... Oh well.
Next time.
I like that it still says things like Roderick is prone.
He might be.
I mean, yeah.
Who am I to say differently? Alright, there it is.
Are you messing with my character sheet?
Yes. Stop fucking around with it.
I just changed the name of the Mace +1. Because now I have daggers and spears and short swords.
Okay. There's that, and then let me also do. I don't know if there's a good way to do this, so I'll just do like this. Okay, so we're gonna do AC 1. All right. Any other plans anybody's doing? So it's not so obvious that I'm fucking around with a character sheet.
Nope.
I mean, I haven't rolled to see if Nell's making a greater healing potion or not.
You can do that. I would say they are.
Yeah.
Burn your 10 uncommon components.
I was surprised roll at 99.
Hey, it's just as much as a chance as rolling any other number.
Yep.
Why did I not do that? That's weird.
It would also be disc check.
No, it's just saves.
No.
Isn't it?
Uh-uh.
Okay.
I'm not happy about it, but
You're fine. Don't be so grumpy.
those effects don't seem so minor.
Oh no. I wasn't joking when I said throw it away. Straight them con saves, dude.
Well, that's just... I'm hanging on to it for now.
Vardrak got additional armor, Eldritch Blast. So on top of everything else, he could do the most powerful cantrip in the game. And the one penalty he got was that anytime he went near any like holy water, it like corrupted or some shit. It was like, okay.
What?
And that was a
Save.
and the one that you got was a major too.
Mm-hmm.
The actual Wand of Orcus is much different than what this one has.
Mm-hmm.
I think it also did damage to him, and he was already hurting, but he somehow lived.
Let me see here real quick. If I do... Stop that.
Right.
It don't mean much. I'm not really tired. That's just.
Oh, am I
apparently
boring you? Is that what you're
enough for
saying?
me.
That's what I heard.
Nah, I forget to breathe sometimes, and that's my body's reaction. I wish I could tell you I was joking.
What should your AC be at right now?
18. With the +1, it should be an 18.
18. So let's just do a die 1d1 plus 17. And see, does that hit?
Well, wouldn't you want to be 16? Because
Well, no.
17 would miss. No.
18 would miss too.
No, meets beats.
No, meets beats.
Oh. Not working
Also,
anyway, so.
You have 2 dis-saved as the Constitution. To be at the beginning and the end.
Yeah. Oh, what the fuck? Hey, don't accidentally hit enter instead of shift. In case you were curious.
Load of crazy stuff happen.
Well, I just put like 30 blank effects on you.
Oh. Sure.
Okay. Let's do this real quick to test this. What the fuck? I love my test things.
Excuse me.
No, that's not what it was supposed to do.
A +17, I'll take it.
I mean, this isn't
I know.
for you.
I know.
Alright, let's do strength. And then, okay, so hopefully that'll do it then. Okay, let's try again. Why is it still rolling?
It does what it wants.
It does. Alright, whatever. We'll find out if it doesn't work.
Yep.
I don't feel like rolling 30 times to see if it'll hit you. Okay. So no one else is doing anything for the rest of the night, right?
Nope.
Just reading that journal before bed.
Okay. So what you would actually hold on. What you would get out of it, give me a investigation roll. We'll say DC 17.
Oh, why? All right, I'm exhausted.
I
I was like, I did it! Oh.
You know what? I'll give it to you because that's funny. So you are basically reading through, and this journal is itemizing some of, let's say, the conquests that this group has made from their journeys. And I'll send you some passages that you can choose to share if you want to. Or if you don't want to, you don't have to. But you will have that option.
Okay.
Alright. And then afterwards, everybody's going to long rest, I assume, right? Okay.
Most likely.
Mm-hmm.
John. if you want, you can spend your fate point. Give me a performance roll or anything of your choosing, if you can convince otherwise, of how your night went. And if you do better than a 15, I'll give you a small boon to start your day off with.
Why you trying to get rid of my fate point, huh? What you up to, Cliff?
Your call. I'm giving you the option. You don't have to. You could say no. You could say I kindly decline your offer.
Yeah, fuck it. Why not? Let's have some fun. Aw.
Dang, you didn't even try to offer up a different one instead of performance?
Oh, I mean, I thought it was for how the night went.
It was, but I said that if there's any other skill you could think of that isn't performance.
I mean, I would have personally did athletics, but that still would have fell short because that's
Okay.
+4 on that. So yeah.
Okay.
It's okay.
Well,
He's
you-
exhausted. He's just doing his best.
We'll use the +4. Also,
The exhaustion's disappeared when you long rested.
motherfucker, that's what I was gonna say. Where the fuck did the exhaustion go?
It'd be down to what, 1 for Roderick, 2 for Nell.
Yeah,
That's a long rest. You just had them built in now, don't you?
I do. Okay. So you all start your day off. Everybody's a little. This is bad transition. Everybody's a little stiff waking up. Some more than others.
My tummy hurt. And I'm hungry.
Yeah. Thrain, upon waking up, you feel a hunger that you have never felt before. Like, you are woken up by the sound of your stomach growling.
Nell's already down restaurant side and has like 2 cups of empty coffee beside them and one that they're working on.
Would you get up super early?
Nell only needs 4 hours of rest.
I didn't know if you just hung out in your room till then, but
No.
because
Nell's typically up 2 hours before you and Roderick.
Okay.
Goes to sleep probably 2 hours before fucking Desmond. I don't know.
I
Does he
sleep at 8 p.m.
get up. I'll grab the wand because today's goal is to get down to the temple.
Mm-hmm.
And if I no sense in going back up there. Keep the
Today's
warhammer
goal
with me.
is to shove it in there, much like Roderick's was last night.
I mean,
Ah.
and then I'll walk over to the table, sit down, and then if there's room, I'll sit next to you now, or in that same table.
Of course, yeah.
And then you'll see Thrain, once they come up to take his order, you'll see Thrain order food and keep ordering food and keep ordering food to the point where it's like,
Are you okay?
I'll start with that. And then it's a little earlier than you usually see Thrain. Like about 30 minutes to an hour earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I was woke up by just hunger pains. So I've never had that, so I might as well just eat. And just keep eating.
Well, At least you're getting your protein in. We've been doing a lot of extraneous activities lately.
The wand, is it still glowing?
No.
No.
Is there anything different about him that I would notice, other than being hungies?
Give me a perception roll. Besides being hungry and earlier than normal, the only thing that you would notice is that he actually has the wand with him this time, whereas he's been leaving it up in his room the last few days.
Nell isn't going to comment because it came with them to the last battle.
Yep, so that's it. Other than that, nothing different about them.
And when the food gets there, we're gonna eat it all and order one more round of just one more plate of food and be done with that after that.
Nell has already eaten brekkie. But is just downing coffee because they're just so fucking tired.
Not sleep well?
No, I had perfectly deep sleep. Hell, I'd call that more of a sleep than I usually do when I trance. It's just... going down like that takes a lot out of you, as you know.
I know. I know all too well.
We all do.
Heading out to the dig site tonight. Today.
Well, now that I don't have to worry about idiotic bounty hunters on our trail. Yeah.
I'll join you today.
I was thinking of trying out the spell that puts the hellfire on your blade. Seeing if I could bore through, just waving around my battle axe, melting the sand into obsidian.
But then you would put obsidian blocking the path. Once that runs out, because it only lasts so long. And then you gotta get through the obsidian.
It was an idea.
And it was. I'm just letting you know what would happen. Only reason why I was working for them is because they had a constant stream of hellfire.
Doesn't exactly remove itself from your weapon. So
I feel like it only lasts how long, Cliff? The hellfire on the weapon?
it doesn't say when it doesn't, and last time Nell used it, it's basically we had it on until Nell fell down.
It's probably like a minute. So, like, for combat, it works, but, like, for utility, it would be... You wouldn't probably get a whole lot done in a minute.
Hmm.
And then just hang out there for a little bit. Broderick or Desmond come down, talk with them, or...
Yeah.
Does Thrain have just like a smorgasbord of plates in front of him still?
There's about 4 plates there.
Mostly
Stacked up.
empty.
All empty. Oh, they're completely empty.
Well, you've got an appetite.
I woke up hungry.
I see that.
You'll hear Thrain's stomach rumble again. Just, yeah.
Yeah, you probably got gas from eating all that shit. Oh my god.
I'll go grab Desmond so we can all talk about what was found at the camp. Just so I don't have to repeat myself.
Just before you were saying that, you would see Thrain starting to get ready to go. So he'll set his stuff back down.
Mm-hmm.
Like to get out there before it gets too hot.
Of course. Knock, knock, knock.
Yes, come in.
Just wondering if you'd come downstairs with the rest of us to the restaurant side to discuss what was found at the encampment of the bounty hunters.
Is it of any importance to us? I don't really care one way or another what's going on with the bounty hunters.
No, pause and thinks for a moment. Well, there was this journal, and the last page was ripped out. You'd probably have better luck discerning what it was than I did. I tried to figure out what was written on it. See if there was anything else in there, but other than that, I suppose it wasn't.
Desmond like grabs his backpack, throws it over his shoulder, walks past Nell. I ask you questions, but I never really get an answer, you know? And Desmond like walks past.
I'm unsure if it's of any importance. I'd like to know what it said on the page just in case, as it was discarded out of what would be a standard journal.
You need me, so I am here.
Yeah, he'll walk down, you'll see the same thing. Floor plate stacked up in front of Thrain.
With a fifth in front of him now.
Yeah. Yeah, let's say a fifth one would have arrived while you were sitting there, Roderick.
Yeah, Desmond like sits down, slides over, and looks to like grab a plate that should be for him, and none of it looks like what Desmond would normally order.
Oh no, they're empty. It's 4 empty plates.
Oh.
Stacked up in front of Thrain, and then one he's still eating on. Yes, I woke up hungry.
That's unusually hungry, though. We may need a checkup. Everyone's due for a checkup. There is a sorrow sworn called the Hungry.
Oh, that'd be too perfect. That's... Sorry, that was out of character. Me. That was out of character.
It's just blank face. It's like
That's out of character, me.
No, that is not perfect, Thrain.
Just a tear going down his eye.
Because Thrain doesn't know why he's hungry now.
Mm-hmm.
So, Benj is hungry, he doesn't know why.
Desmond has no clue, but just throwing shit with what he does know, and that ties together. He was in the Shadowfell, now he's hungry. Desmond pretty much killed Thrain.
He's just there like, fuck! So, Gives a quick debriefing of everything they had found and splits the coin that had been found within the tent and says, I also found this ledger, which states all of the, I suppose, Dragon Guard that they thought they could potentially corrupt, including this individual that sold us out. Considering his name was underlined several times, I'm not sure if he is the only one they reached out to, or if they reached out to others. Either way, I see to make sure that this personally is handed by me to Don Shroud, since I do not know whom along the chain of command is whom in this ledger, and if they've been spoken to and bought, or what have you.
Good call.
Other than that, I have... This journal was found underneath what I can only assume was the bedroll of the leader, as they were the only bedroll in the largest tent. And there was a page missing that I'm hoping that Desmond might be able to discern what the hell was written on it that they had ripped out. Just in case it's further information that might be beneficial to us.
What did Highblade say about the arcane runes we'd found?
Before he had been asking us as a friend not to stick our nose in the business, and now we are being ordered to keep our nose out.
Really?
Really, really.
And did he give a reason?
No.
So he's hiding something.
Yes, I agree it's suspicious, but for right now.
Great. Well, I spoke to my shadowy friend. He's he says the Sphinx can be trusted of sorts, to give out a fair judgment, but he agrees that the people in Durian are the ones that can't be trusted. So even if we're found innocent, I'm so used to saying guilty, I'm not even used to saying innocent. But anyways, we don't know how they will be swayed by this judgment at all. So do with that what you will.
If the only question they ask is if we killed Lord Darkwater and we say yes, then the Sphinx leaves, we're guilty.
Very
Which
well
is
possible.
why I plan to give the full backstory on how it happened.
If they let you.
Exactly.
It's typically not just a one question sort of deal.
So, I would say that Nell would know at least the way that this works. Is that essentially the people are charged with a crime, like a full list of whatever the crime is. The Sphinx will place the perp in a zone of truth. He will, or she technically will, have them essentially submit to the zone of truth. And if they choose not to submit to it, they're automatically found guilty. Once they submit to it, they will be asked directly their involvement with the crimes as they were laid out. And then they will get their chance to answer their involvement truthfully. But you don't recall a time when people have been able to add additional context to it, because the substance around it doesn't really matter. Only the details that pertain directly to the charge at hand. So, with that being said, if you were to say, yes, we killed Lord Darkwater because he attacked us first and blah, 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 that's all within the context of it. That makes perfect sense that you would be able to do all that.
Mm-hmm.
So just wanted to put that out there. Nell would know for sure how that works, but like, you're not going to be able to tell like a whole fucking story. It's going to be really like only things that are pertaining to the charge at hand.
Yes, sir. So, Desmond, what are you able to figure out for this journal?
Oh, am I
If you could.
doing that here? Okay. Desmond grabs his backpack and just slams it down on the table. And he is going to... Could I make like some calligraphy tools to try to figure this shit out?
Sure.
It's just some way I can use my Omni tool.
Let me see here. What all types of tools are there?
I mean, I feel like even a forgery kit of some sort might be beneficial here.
Can
I don't know.
literally just make any type of tool.
Yeah, I mean, cartography would work, I guess.
He's gonna use his tools, and it's gonna be that role.
Sure.
He's just tooling around.
Yeah, so nah, you can't use that. +9. Yeah, so you do similar to what Nell did, and try to just do like the graphite on paper, and like it doesn't work. Then all of a sudden you start like pulling out different things and putting it on top and like spraying on this piece of paper, and then you take that off and you kind of pat it all dry, and you take your flame and you put your flame to it, and all of a sudden you see it burn the wording into it. And as you're all watching this go down, like you're looking at it, and like as you're looking at the burned in words, they're like in reverse. They're like mirrored. So then Desmond has to take it and he flips it around, and then he like hand draws it on the opposite side, and then after a while he's basically reconstructed this entire page.
Just in the middle of the fucking bar.
Scooching all of Thrain's 18 plates out of the way. And after doing so, you see a message that says, let Morgan know they are here. We are going to attempt to bring them back ourselves. And then there's like an addendum at the bottom, and it says, using some sort of illusion magic, one shattered in front of us like glass. And it's signed by Dalrin. Not that really matters much at this point.
Yeah, it might be useful later.
Desmond like slides the book back over to Nell. Well, we know Morgan has some sort of use or need for us.
Morgan is Morgan the Mad, the leader of the Adventures.
Yeah.
Wonderful. All right. Thank you for
Do
your
you
time.
need me for anything else?
No, I'm heading to dig site, and well, Thrain seems like he'll be joining me today.
Before I go, Desmond, do you want to, about what we talked about yesterday, you want to do that in your room?
Sure.
What's going on?
Do you want to watch? And Desmond like gets up and throws his backpack on.
No, you go ahead. It's fine.
That's it, and then, fortunately, it's not a ritual cast. Once we get up to Detect Evil and Good.
Before that, Roderick, what's your plans for the day?
I guess he'll go follow Nell.
Okay.
Val is waiting for Thrain. So,
I'll meet you guys out there. It won't be long.
Nell is waiting for Thrain.
Okay.
I'm
All right.
at the big site. I
So
have
back in
something to
Desmond's
talk about
room.
with Thrain. When he gets-
I'm gonna.
Nell would say that to Roderick when Thrain and Desmond are already gone. That they have something to say to Thrain.
I've got something to say to you too, so we can take care of that while they're doing their thing.
Yeah, I'll go up there. I want to see how far this undead is spread. And then he'll cast Detect Evil and Good. Why is so much scrolling?
What are you trying to determine? Yeah, you cast it, and Desmond is undead.
Fully undead?
Yeah.
Like there's no trace of anything else anymore?
I mean, sure, there's traces of other things, but undead
You
is
know,
the
the slash
signal.
of fiend on our cheeks, but that's beside the point.
Yeah, for what this spell does. Yep, he is undead.
Was that the one I was casting before?
It's Nell that's able to like look
Yeah,
deep into it.
I know, but I thought.
You were also doing turn undead, which we know he's undead enough
Yeah.
to run away from you.
Yeah. I see. Yeah. All I can really see is undead. I do see a little bit of fiend, right, Cliff?
Yeah, you all have that though.
Yeah, and then the fiend is still there. I know. I don't know if Nell's would be any more precise.
Well, after we clear all of your names and leave Durian, they said that above Durian there may be some small tear in reality that appears sometimes as a connection between here and the Shadowfell. After that, after Durian, I may go and try to find that.
Do you know how long you'll be gone?
Time works different in the Shadowfell.
I don't know if you do want Nell to look into this. Yeah, they might be more precise on how far it spread since they saw it in the first place.
I don't think I want to know that level of detail.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna get out there and start digging.
You didn't pick up any undead on yourself, did you?
Did I, Cliff? Did I say take anything else besides the fiend?
You would notice some fiendy undead goodness coming from your wand. If you want to share that information with anybody.
So the wand is good?
Nah.
Fiendy
You said
undead is
fiendy-
good?
You said
Fiendy-
fiendy undead goodness, so I was confused.
Oh.
It detects evil and good, so I was like, that's a combo.
Goodness is more of like a flare of...
Yeah. I was trying, that's why I wanted to iron it out. I was like, wait. Pause.
But I mean, fiend and undead don't necessarily mean bad nor good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Not myself per se, but this has some fiends, some undead.
Well, as long as you aren't showing any signs of undead, then I don't think the hunger that you're experiencing has anything to do with your brief time in the Shadowfell and your heightened anger. So, luckily, I don't think I have to drag you along with me when I go home to fix you.
That would be interesting.
Cliff, how many days has it been in Sand Scale at this point?
I think this is day 6.
I still got another, 8 days ish.
Well, you're going to dig. I'm going to stay here and keep doing my research.
You know where we'll be. Need anything? That's what. Let us know.
Desmond just like plops in his chair with his arms down, just looking at the table he's been sitting at for the past week.
What did Roderick and Nell need to discuss?
So I just spoke with my friend, as I told you earlier. And he says that Paladin's on embellishes a bit on his past stories and his involvement and training and pretty much anything tied to Vardruk. So his word is not maybe completely trustworthy. However, I did speak with him also about anyone that could potentially help us, and more particularly help you.
Help me.
And before you start in on me, it's not an insult.
I was just confused.
Your training, you didn't have a chance to complete it. We all know that. And you've just been doing the best that you can. I can't fault you for much because I would hate to be in your position. I do
Neil
have
just
my
fake smiles
frustration.
and nods.
I do have my frustrations with ignoring my opinion and how we should have dealt with the mercenaries because we almost died. If we had fought them on our own terms, we would have had a better advantage instead of walking right into a trap. And as I lay there bleeding in the sand, instead of fear of death, I felt relief. Like hoping that this was it. Hopefully all this would be over. I don't know how, you elves are stuff like, because you have such long lifespans. We don't. And a huge thing for us is our free will. And Draxia has pretty much taken that from us, me in particular, and he pulls down his shirt to show the markings. Being told that my fate is not my own, my decisions and the direction I need to go in life is not my own. We humans don't deal with that very well. And to have her in my head when I'm awake, and then the Hag Countess when I sleep, and all of this that I was definitely not ready for. Sorry, but it's been a bit much.
Nell puts a hand on his shoulder. I know. It's been a bit much for everyone. And I can't say that my shoes are the exact same as yours, as you have stated previously, of lifespans and humans no longer wanting to exist after a period of time. But I do know it scares me too. I do know that this is not easy.
So at the very least, he has supplied me with a way that will hopefully allow me to be able to tell when I'm awake or when I'm asleep. Because I was very much on the edge of not being able to do this anymore. Just out of sheer spite, to kind of put you in the headspace of how much we humans hate our free will being taken away from us.
Oh, I hate that shit too. I think that's pretty uniform across everyone. No one likes being robbed of their free will.
And Draxius thinks, oh, I can be of use whether I'm dead or alive. Well, how about I torch my own body so that all of this writing is not readable anymore? Huh? What do you think of that, bitch?
Broderick, I'm sorry that your thoughts were not taken into higher priority when we were discussing how to handle these bandits and fighting them on our terms. Unfortunately, I trusted the individual that I recognized and knew as a Dragon Guard, and thought we were doing the right thing to go help. To do everything we could to stop undead. And if the undead were pouring out, that meant we had a straight line to try to get to the room. I thought we had to act then. I should have given pause when we saw that the bodies were laying no signs of injury, no blood, and no signs of undead. Should have paused to think, but I didn't, and I'm sorry.
We have to stop trusting anyone outside of our own. I know that's not a way that you want to live.
It's not how I want to live, but I understand it's how I'm going to have to. Trust me, I'm done with this shit too. I'm filled with anger, frustration, constantly thinking who might do what to double cross us. What is and isn't true for what we see every single day, what we've done. What have we done and what haven't we done? It's hard to know what's real when we seem like we're walking through a dreamscape half of the time.
And as you're saying that, you see Thrain coming down the stairs in the main foyer.
Ready?
Yeah. Ready.
As they start walking, he'll share this openly with Thrain there and everything. So my friend did tell us, well, tell me of one other person that lived and trained in Dracarius, but going to find this person would be risky to say the least. If we can convince this person to help us, that would be a great deal of information that they could provide to us and maybe have someone else on our side. But I was warned to be ready to have an escape plan if this person disagrees.
How do we find them?
Well, you know all those ghost stories we hear about the area surrounding the hole that used to be Dracarius?
Yeah, wasn't the original plan to go there after Durian?
Well, I was thinking so. I didn't know if that was still the plan, but
I thought
that's
your coin friend had told us that it was basically suicide to go there.
yes, but from how he describes it, yes, it could be very well dangerous. And I don't know why this particular individual. I don't know if they were left behind or whether they escaped like my coin friend. But he has consistently steered me in the right direction and has not double-crossed me yet. He says Zahn isn't completely on the up and up, which explains why he was left behind, but this other person? I know it's risky, but I think it's worth a shot.
I'll consider it, but we have more important things on our plate right now than me finishing my training.
Well,
I definitely think it's a possibility, especially since we are already heading that way, or planning to head that way. Worst case scenario, like you said, we just have an escape plan.
just putting that all the information out there, and then do it what you will, Captain.
Thank you. Shall we? Now gestures towards the door.
Oh, I thought we were already walking.
Oh,
Yeah, I thought we were walking.
never mind.
We shall, in that case.
So you continue your way over to the dig site. And as you get there, you see a couple of the Dragon Guard who should already be working by now. They're just kind of like sitting around. There's like three of them that are in a small little grouping sitting by each other, and one of them off to the side by himself.
No words, just straight to digging.
Are we not digging today?
I mean, if you start like picking things up, one of them will call out like, "You might not want to wasting energy right now. Apparently, we're expecting to get a little help today."
Every inch counts.
Yeah. We
That's
have
what she said.
hundreds of feet to go.
Roderick high fives that guy.
No sense in just sitting around when we need to get there. And,
Have at it.
I am a dwarf and a diggy hole.
Sure. They just shrug like, okay. And they do not help. They just kind of are still sitting around for now.
Noted.
Is Roderick going to start digging too, or is Roderick going to see them sitting around and then also sit with them?
Well, if Thrain is digging,
Amethil is
Then,
digging.
Roger's gonna go over next to Thrain, and for the first time, kind of crack a little smirk and look over at him, and be like, "Can't you dig faster than that, little man?" Starts digging, trying to dig faster than him.
He's digging kind of slow.
Gets a handful and looks at it hungrily.
Dirt.
Looks like granola. Just for funsies, Roderick and Thrain, give me a strength check.
By athletics.
Nah, strength check.
Boo.
But that means that Thrain's gonna be at disadvantage.
I know, that's why I said it. It didn't work. Hey, there it is.
Like I said, I'm digging a little slow.
Why didn't that work though?
I want to be included.
Strength has to be capitalized.
No, it specifically says lowercase.
Let me try save real quick. Yeah.
Let me see.
Separate my semicolon.
Maybe. Try the save. Wait, don't try the save yet. Now try the save. Yeah, semicolon. For some reason, even though I literally copied this from the Fantasy Grounds article, like I copied it verbatim from there and pasted it in here.
Better.
So I got a 4.
You got a 4. Yeah. So you try to have a lighthearted moment there, Roderick with Thrain, and as you do it, like you're digging notably faster than he is.
Getting winded a lot sooner than you'd expect for someone who, did this for a living for a while.
If he's given no reaction, occasionally he'll throw a scoop into Thrain's hole.
Oh, he's talking shit the whole time, but he's just digging slow and then getting winded.
I'm just going easy on you. And with a dirty 20, Nella's putting everybody to shame. Desmond, are you doing any meditating or anything, or are you just straight up crafting?
He's just trying to do his research still.
Poor buddy.
What would be a fair number if you're devoting like a whole day to doing it that you think you could knock out?
I just need the one now.
Well, I mean, in general, for like any sort of downtime, like if you're devoting a whole day to it, what would be a fair number, would you guys say?
Full day, nothing except, periodic breaks for meals.
Mm-hmm.
4 to 5. Well, it's not too many, but
That's a lot. I'm thinking like 3 maximum.
I was gonna say 3. Morning, evening, afternoon.
All right, John. We got 3. We got 4 or 5. What's yours?
I'm gonna go with Sin because this poor guy's been at it too long.
Okay, so
Guess
3.
what? As soon as I finish this, I have to do another research on fucking ways to make guns silent.
It's a random thing called silencers.
Nah, that's not the
But
right word.
you got some blueprints to help you out with that one.
Yeah, not loud and serious.
Loudness.
fuck them loudsters.
Loudness reduction.
Right.
So I'll say this then, Sin. You could do 3 rolls today. But if anything happens after these 3 rolls, you're at a fucking massive disadvantage after that. If we're assuming you're doing a whole day's worth of shit and then some other shit pops off that you actually have to do it, you're gonna be fucking tapped the fuck out.
Okay.
But you do the 1 for sure. Anything beyond that, your choice, but just letting you know if anything else goes down.
What would it be? Like, if I do all 3, but then something happens, I get, like, exhaustion for however many I went over?
I don't know. I'd have to think of a good like give and take for it.
So,
Oh, come on. Sin.
My guy.
So, because this is a crit fail,
I'm not crafting it yet. I'm just doing research.
roll the confirmation. Let's find out.
Fell asleep on the book. Sin.
Cinnamon! My guy!
Sin.
Well, I'm doing it for so long.
Sin, because I am a benevolent god. Go ahead and roll me a D10, and this is how many progress you lose.
God damn it.
Oh, buddy, pal!
Why?
Desmond, no!
Why?
Oh.
Oh, no.
Sid's out there throwing away his cake.
Right.
Oh, God.
What'd I do? I'm mad.
Sin's out there beating up his in-laws. Throwing haymakers.
Okay, so Desmond's going to be meditating for the rest of the day.
Oh, buddy.
Oh my god.
Oh. How many
And
sessions was that
Just
gone?
deleting that from my inventory now.
I think that's
Like
all
I
of
said,
his
it's-
progress, isn't it?
Was that
It is.
everything?
This is his
That's
10th
everything.
one.
Yeah,
Oh.
like I said, this has been 3 months worth of downtime activities.
Like 3 IRL months?
hmm
Fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. That made my headache even worse. Oh my god.
It's one of those things like it's funny, but it's definitely not.
It's definitely not.
Sin will laugh about this like a couple years down the road when we're reflecting on it.
Yeah,
He'll
but it'll
laugh.
also be paired with I fucking hate you.
I didn't do it. I built these rules agnostic.
Mm-hmm.
And I was willing to, like, I tried giving all the opportunities. That's why I said confirm it before we say anything. It was another one. And then I'm like, all right, I'll give you another opportunity. You're only going to lose this many. And then 10. I can't make this shit up.
The dice give it and the dice take away.
Luck of the draw for Smooth Blend.
Ugly cliff.
Uh-huh.
All right, here. We'll try one more with Luck of the Draw, Sin. Here we go. Even or odd?
Odd.
Hey.
How many golden D20s do we have?
3.
I am willing to sacrifice all of them. It means he does have to lose all of that progress.
Oh.
I concur. I would donate all of the golden D20s for him to at least get to keep half of those.
Sold. You have no golden D20s left.
Sin has 5 and Desmond has 5 progress.
5 progress.
Okay.
R.I.P. buddy.
So,
Whatever
2 full
happens
days.
because of this, Desmond fucks up somehow and screams and shoots a firebolt through his fucking window.
The emotions they escape.
where is that window?
Well, it's in the
'Cause
back.
I mean, oh, it is in the back. I'd say, because, just to see a random firebolt
well, I mean, like,
trailing off.
well, it's gonna be trailing off, this way.
Yeah. Well, I just laughed if it came out this window and it comes flying over our heads. Like, wait
Yeah,
a
to see a
second.
green
Well, we're at the
fireball
dig
shoot out of
site, so there's
nowhere.
that massive wall. So
So as you have your notebook out that you've been keeping all your notes and finalizing everything, and the conversation between you and Thrain is weighing heavy on you at this point. Now that your mind has been sucked into like the Sorrel Sworn spiral, like you're somehow starting to associate everything with Sorrel Sworn, like thinking about all the different flavors of Sorrel Sworn and how it could possibly be affecting you. And your research notes are out here, and you're mixing together some components to try to build some sort of an adhesive for holding everything together. And you get your ratios wrong, not really paying attention to what you're doing. And you create this caustic bubble that just spills out onto your notes. And you grab your notebook as fast as you can and you try to get it out. And in the process, pages just start like melting away into just clumps of soggy pulp, just spilling onto the table. And you manage to salvage a portion of it, but you notice just days upon days of valuable research is now just mushy paper spilt onto the table.
She's gonna take the time to like clean off the book and prestidigitation, like it clean a bit. But then he's gonna like place the book on the floor and like rest his head against it and just like, I guess, kind of weep because his what is this? I have it in here in my fucking many fucking things.
Deck of many things.
No, his Soul Weaver tomb that he keeps all of his notes in is like kind of destroyed now.
Yeah, let's not bring up the deck of many things.
Oh, I didn't realize all of the notes was in the important one. Not the important book.
And you notice that like the main issue is like on the back of it, like,
Who's at your fucking door?
right?
It is 11:56, sir.
It's like stray cat. So you notice that the binding, like the leather binding of it, has started to separate from the wooden support underneath. That's like the main destruction to the book itself, is that it's like peeled away from it a little bit, and the leather itself is tarnished a bit. Yeah, so in a fit of passion, you toss a firebolt out the window and then push your head against the book. And you're gonna meditate, you said?
Yeah, he's like fading in and out of his meditation and can't really hold it as well as he can. He has no control of his emotion right now. So he's just like sitting on the floor in the corner with his back against the wall in his bed with his book like 5 feet in front of him on the floor and just like knees to his chest, just kind of like trying to meditate and coming out of it and just like rocking back and forth.
And as you start to spiral a bit, and you close your eyes and you hear the sound of wings beating. Dozens upon hundreds of wings begin to beat in your mind. And you see this image of this giant black ship breaching the clouds in the sky over Sandscale. And you see stepping off of this ship a general in your father's army. And that's where we'll end it at for the night. And that's how we will cap off 2024. I need to figure out a way to clip this roll that you did.
Fresh start in 2024. No golden D20s.
2025.
2025. Fuck.
I mean, the armor, the mithril should be getting to sand skill
In,
the
like,
next
2
day.
days, yeah.
So, like, we're just going to forget about the weapon. We got other shit we got to make now.
I will say, you still have the pulp of the paper.
Mending.
Do what you will with that information.
Mending doesn't return.
I know. I'm
grip to
joking.
it.
Like wording. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, which is
Again, I
different.
say, do
Pain.
what you will with that. There's a reason that I specifically left it there. Because you have until next year to figure this out.
It's a long time.
Are we here the 3rd?
No.
I don't know if it was up in the air still or
No,
set
I'll
in
be in
stone.
Kentucky.
Ew.
I know, right? How dare Hannah live there?
How dare anybody live in Kentucky?
Does she have a choice?
No,
That's
there's
where she moved from to escape New Hampshire. Listen, we go to weird places. I came to Michigan.
They're like anything's better than New Hampshire.
I don't know. Hannah seems like she made the decision of where can I go that is whiter than New Hampshire? Kentucky. So the 10th is the next day we'll be back? Or is there an event on the 10th?
When is the winter party? That's the only weekend I got to do something.
So I pulled it up, and no, Kentucky is not more white than New Hampshire. It is less white.
Says Google.
Right.
Right. You probably looked it up on Bing.
I mean, New Hampshire's 90% versus the 82% white in Kentucky. It's not really much of a difference when you have that much white.
I'm sure you can notice walking around the street.
I mean, she does live in the city, so usually urban areas are more diverse than the rurals.
Trying to think here. Go here, here, and then
Oh,
here.
yeah.
Live. Yeah, no, not there.
John,
Playlist.
when is the winter party?
I'm looking. They don't have it posted on the site, so I gotta check.
Sin,
book
pull
of
out your
faces.
magic date list or book thing that you have.
I don't got it for next year.
Man.
So, our 1 year for session 0 is on the 26th, which is a Sunday.
So the 24th will have to be the 1 year celebration, unless that's when their thing is, and it'll have to be the 31st.
I mean, we could always just do a, if nobody else has anything planned, a Sunday stream for it.
I mean, I'm always game, but
I mean, yeah. I don't know if
It
it'd be
just
late
comes
night.
down to me not wanting to be up till midnight when I have to wake up at 5:30 in the morning. Because it
I would
takes me
say-
a while to fall asleep, so
And say it don't necessarily have to be a late night stream. It could be a longer stream during the day or whatnot.
John works Sundays.
Of course he does.
I mean, I'm off at 6 every day I do work.
Just do what I used to do when I worked, and just don't sleep on days you do D&D. We used to get off of D&D at midnight and go to work in 3 hours.
Can't really do that when you're doing the scientist things.
I
It's very dangerous.
working
Yes,
at
you know, so was working with guns and stuff, but I get it.
So- I mean, I was doing that when I was working at Midas because it was wake or get off around midnight, wake up around 6, so go to bed around 2 because we sit here for a bit, go lift multi-thousand-pound vehicles above your head and go walk under them.
Adam had to risk turning things to gold by touching them.
Right?
I was looking at some of those. There's one. What is it? Hang on, I saw it. I don't know if this is a minor detriment.
You just linked the table.
It's looking like it's going to be the 25th.
25th. That's midweek.
That's a Saturday.
Right, it's Saturday. Cool.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So then,
day thing, so we're good on Friday.
Cool. So then we will be back on January 10th for the next episode. So with that, everybody have a safe and happy New Year.
Don't tell
And
me
we
what
will
to
see
do.
you all on the 10th. Do it or else. Not asking.
Yes, I
Safe,
will.
happy, or else.
You asked for much.
Not asking. Exactly. Good night.